Chapter 38-24. He finally understood why these three demon kings would fall into such a sorry state. There was only one reason. Their brains weren't flexible. Their eyesight wasn't good. Because those with a little bit of eyesight wouldn't give out 2 law miniatures as a reward. However, the three demon kings didn't realize this point. Instead, they thought that Long Chen was a little greedy. But now that they had a request, they had no other choice. Tell us what you need, we will try our best to satisfy you. Demon King Feng Tian said. Long Chen thought for a while and smiled, then let's take the law inheritance. What? Law inheritance? The three's expressions froze. After all, this is a very risky thing. Moreover, if I can't kill them in the Skybell Divine Treasure, they will definitely come to take revenge on me after leaving the Skybell Divine Treasure. At that time, it doesn't matter if you are in the Skybell Divine Treasure, but I'm afraid I won't be at peace in the Sky Cloud Realm. Long Chen smiled. The three demon kings frowned. All right. I'll give you an inheritance. In the end, the three compromised and took out a law of light inheritance. No. You misunderstood me. What I want is not an ordinary law, but an ultimate law. Long Chen waved his hand. What? The three were furious. He actually wanted the inheritance of an ultimate law. Long Chen smiled and said, as demon kings, don't tell me that you don't even have an ultimate law inheritance. The three's faces were gloomy. Of course. I won't let you give it to me for free. As far as I know, Qin Feiyang and Madman still have many rivals in the Skybell Divine Treasure. If we can join forces with them, the success rate will be higher. Long Chen smiled faintly. How many? The three were taken aback and quickly asked. About 40 to 50 people. Although there aren't many people, they all have sovereign weapons in their hands. In total, there should be about 20 of them. Long Chen said. He was naturally talking about the land of buried gods and the Sky Cloud Sea. This was also the matter that Qin Feiyang asked him to help with. If there were benefits, of course everyone would share them. The land of buried gods aside, the various beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea had always taken care of Qin Feiyang and the others. Especially the Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors. Back then, when he challenged the first prince of the dragons to a battle on White Crane Island, he was besieged by many powerful enemies. If the 8 great beast emperors hadn't lent the sovereign divine weapon to the madman, he would have been in deep trouble. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was Qin Feiyang's style. So many. The three demon kings were astonished and hurriedly asked, you know where they are now? Of course. Long Chen nodded and said, Celestial Sword, contact the castle and ask Qin Feiyang where the land of buried gods and the sea of heavenly clouds are. Also, tell him about the situation here. All right. The heavenly god sword secretly replied. All right. Very good. The three demon kings were extremely excited. They didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the madman would have so many powerful enemies. Feng Tian Demon King looked at Black Flame Demon King and said, why don't you give him your strongest law inheritance? How can I do that? I'm going to fuse with this inheritance myself. Black Flame Demon King hurriedly said. There's still a long way to go, we can slowly find it in the future. At most, the two of us will help you find it when the time comes. After Feng Tian Demon King finished speaking, he gave Bloodthirsty Demon King a look. Bloodthirsty Demon King understood and began to secretly persuade Black Flame Demon King. Black Flame Demon King pondered for a moment, made up his mind, looked at Long Chen, and nodded, all right, I will give you the strongest law inheritance, but I also have a condition. Speak. Long Chen smiled. As expected. If it was him, he wouldn't easily give the strongest law inheritance to the other party. Black Flame Demon King said, you must make a blood oath to kill Qin Feiyang and the others. Yes. Only by making a blood oath can we trust you enough. Feng Tian Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King also nodded. I don't dare to do that. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others are in the Chaos Royal City. You don't have the strength, let alone me. Long Chen shook his head. Black Flame Demon King frowned, if you don't dare to guarantee, then wouldn't we give you the inheritance for nothing? If you think so, then I can't help it. In short, I'm not 100% sure. If you want to be 100% sure, then go find someone else. But I can tell you responsibly that as long as Qin Feiyang and the others don't come out of the Chaos Royal City, not only me, no one dares to make a guarantee. Long Chen said indifferently. Black Flame Demon King couldn't help but frown again. Actually, you don't have to be so suspicious. Because even if I can't get rid of them in the Skybell Divine Treasure, when I return to the Sky Cloud Realm, I will have to fight with them sooner or later. So, if you give me the inheritance now and let me increase my strength, the chances of winning against them will naturally be higher. This is equivalent to helping you vent your anger. Long Chen smiled slightly. The three looked at each other with a hesitant expression. At this time, the Celestial Sword transmitted, the castle has already told me the meeting point of the Land of Buried Gods and the Sky Cloud Sea, and Qin Feiyang has also asked the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng to go there in advance to make arrangements. Sure enough, all of this is within his calculations. Long Chen secretly smiled, raised his head to look at the three hesitant demon kings, and asked, "How about I take you to find other allies first, and you can think about it on the way?" "Go now." The three demon kings were stunned and hesitated. "What's wrong?" Long Chen was puzzled. "We haven't gotten the undead barrier breaking pill yet, so we don't want anything to happen halfway. How about you give us the extreme young thunder fire first, and we'll go with you after we get the undead barrier breaking pill?" Demon King Feng Tian said. "You still want the undead barrier breaking pill?" Long Chen smiled. "What's wrong? From what you said, Qin Feiyang doesn't intend to give us the pill?" The three frowned. "Since there is a blood oath, he will definitely give it to you sooner or later. But according to my understanding of Qin Feiyang, I estimate that he will only give it to you when he leaves the Skybell Divine Treasure, so even if I give you the extreme young Thunderfire now, it will be useless. However, you can go back and prepare more lore inheritances." Long Chen smiled. "What do you mean?" The three were suspicious. Didn't they already agree to give him the inheritance of the strongest lore? Why did he ask them to prepare other lore inheritances? Go find others for help, you can't go empty-handed. More or less, you still have to bring some greeting gifts. In other words, if they were to go to the Land of Buried Gods and the Sky Cloud Sea for help, they would naturally have to give them some benefits. When the three heard this, they looked extremely angry. As the high and mighty demon kings, they had actually become the target of extortion by these ants. Because it was obvious that these people treated them as their moneybags. Chapter 38-25. You don't have to worry too much. Not everyone has to be given an inheritance. I reckon that you won't be able to hold on to so many inheritances. When you see them, you only need to give the leader an inheritance. As for the others, give each of them a lore miniature. I believe that they will obediently listen to your commands. As for lore miniature, you definitely don't lack it. Long Chen smiled. If that's the case, then it's not impossible. The three demon kings heaved a sigh of relief. There were a total of 30 to 40 people. To be honest, they really couldn't afford to give each of them an inheritance. This was because the lore inheritance of the Skybell Divine Treasure was basically in the hands of the Primal Chaos Divine King. As demon kings, they could only pick up scraps. Even if they were lucky and found a lore inheritance, they would first report it to the Divine King of Primal Chaos. After obtaining the Divine King's consent, they would dare to keep it in their hands. "All right. Bring us there now." The three demon kings secretly discussed for a moment before looking at Long Chen. "Aren't we going back to get the lore inheritance?" Long Chen was stunned and asked suspiciously. "No need. We have always carried our treasures with us and not in the Primal Chaos Royal City." Demon King Feng Tian waved his hand. Long Chen nodded in realization. This would save a lot of time. He turned to the Celestial Sword and said with a smile, "Let's go." Whoosh. The Celestial Sword immediately swept up the four of them and tore through the sky like lightning. Long Chen looked at the three beside him. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He transmitted his voice, "Contact the ancient castle again and ask Qin Feiyang if he wants to take the opportunity to get rid of these three demon kings. I personally think that there is still a chance to get rid of them." Primal Chaos Royal City. The heavenly tribulation above the city had never stopped. It was always shrouded by tribulation clouds. And now, the undead gathered outside the city had already reached 5,000 to 6,000. Everyone was looking forward to it. Looking at the undead who had successfully passed the tribulation, their faces were filled with envy. Cultivation room. Qin Feiyang was refining pills. Madman was beside him. However, it was not to help. It was because the heavenly godsword had contacted the ancient castle that it was called in by Qin Feiyang to discuss how to deal with the three demon kings. What do you think? Qin Feiyang finished refining a pill and turned to look at Frenzied Man, who was deep in thought. Is Long Chen really confident that he can get rid of the three great demon kings? Madman frowned. I don't know either. However, Long Chen, the land of buried gods, the heavenly cloud sea, the white-eyed wolf, and Princess Huafeng. With over 40 sovereign weapons, it's not impossible to eliminate the three demon kings. But I'm worried about one thing. Qin Feiyang pondered, a trace of worry on his face. Are you worried about the divine king of chaos? Madman asked. That's right. After all, the three demon kings are the subordinates of the divine king of chaos. If they die outside, the divine king of chaos will definitely investigate to the end, and he might even personally take action. We don't know the strength of the divine king of chaos, but we have seen the strength of the royal city of chaos with our own eyes. Even the bloodthirsty demon king couldn't resist at all. Not to mention, there is also Snow Queen and the others. If we really anger the divine king of chaos, I'm afraid it will only harm Sea Lion King and the others. Qin Feiyang was worried. Makes sense. Although the divine king of chaos promised not to kill us, he did not promise not to kill Sea Lion King and the others. If we really anger her, the consequences will be unimaginable. Madman nodded, then frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang, speaking of which, with Long Chen's brain, there is no reason for him to not think of this. But now, he actually instigated us to kill the three demon kings. Is he deliberately tricking us? Tricking us? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He must have learned about our current situation from the three demon kings. Whether it is for public or private reasons, he probably doesn't want to see us crazily collecting law miniatures in the royal city of chaos. Madman frowned. Listening to what you said, it seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, we can't be careless. Especially when facing this guy. If we are not careful, we might be tricked by him. At that time, it will be too late to regret. Madman rubbed his forehead. He was clearly a potential enemy. And he was the most threatening enemy. If it was anyone else, they would have already eliminated them. But facing Long Chen, they could only use 4 words to describe their feelings. Helpless. Because Long Chen's background was too terrifying. Wanting to get rid of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Madman. So what you mean is that we should not do anything now to avoid unnecessary trouble? That's right. It wasn't easy for us to get the recognition and acquiescence of the divine king of chaos. If all our previous efforts were to be wasted because of the death of the 3 demon kings, it wouldn't be worth it. There is also the most important point. If Long Chen reveals that we are actually in cahoots with the Sea Lion Emperor, then will the divine king of chaos still be so polite to us? Definitely not. At that time, I'm afraid he will directly imprison us, let alone continue to trade with the undead and collect law miniatures. Madman pursed his lips. Makes sense. At the moment, we really can't destroy our relationship with the divine king of chaos. Even if we want to kill the 3 demon kings, we have to do it openly and let the divine king of chaos have nothing to say. Qin Feiyang nodded and decisively let the castle restore the heavenly sword. At the same time, he let the castle contact the white-eyed wolf to not be impulsive when they meet the 3 demon kings. In the sky above the mountains, the heavenly sword led Long Chen's group of 4 on their way and secretly said, Qin Feiyang rejected your proposal. That's expected. Long Chen smiled faintly. Listening to your tone, it seems that you really want Qin Feiyang to agree. The heavenly sword was puzzled. Of course I want to. Because if the 3 demon kings really die outside, the divine king of chaos will definitely not sit back and do nothing. In the end, it will even affect the relationship between Qin Feiyang's group and the Divine King of Chaos. This way, they won't be able to continue trading with the undead in the royal city of chaos. Long Chen secretly said. So that's how it is. The heavenly sword suddenly understood. Unfortunately, they have already seen through my purpose. Long Chen shook his head. I thought you really wanted to cooperate with them, but it turns out that you were looking for an opportunity to scheme against them. The heavenly sword despised. Cough cough. Long Chen coughed dryly. What's wrong? The three demon kings immediately looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. It's just that my throat is a little uncomfortable. Long Chen hurriedly waved his hand. The three demon kings did not suspect anything and turned their heads to look elsewhere, as if they were secretly discussing something. Can this also be called scheming? It can only be said to be a small matter to add some fun to a dull life. Long Chen transmitted his voice. The heavenly sword was stunned. This was actually just a small matter. It really widened its knowledge. Chapter 38-26. Sure enough. In this deceitful world, apart from the people around you, no one can be trusted. Just like this time, if Qin Feiyang and Madman didn't pay attention, they would definitely fall into Long Chen's trap. Time flew by. 2 years passed. On this day, inside the castle, suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged. Qin Feiyang was concentrating on refining pills, and with the sudden emergence of this aura, his furnace almost exploded. With great difficulty, he managed to control the violent aura in the furnace, and then frowned slightly. This is the aura of the Law of Thunder. Moreover, it seems to be breaking through the ultimate meaning. Because when Madman mastered the ultimate meaning of the Law of Thunder, the aura was exactly the same as this. But now, the people who were in seclusion in the castle were basically fusing with the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, so why would there be the aura of the Law of Thunder? Wait, there seems to be someone missing. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of joy. Purple gold skeleton, that's right. The purple gold skeleton said at that time that it had fused with the miniature of the Law of Thunder, and it was about to comprehend the ultimate meaning. It seems that it should be the purple gold skeleton. 2 years outside. Inside the castle, more than 3 million years have passed. Although for people with their cultivation level, 3 million years was nothing, for the purple gold skeleton, it was quite long. Because compared to mastering the ultimate meaning, what he wanted to know more now was whether he could really get rid of his undead body. If he had to choose, he would rather use an ultimate meaning in exchange for the chance to be reborn. So at this moment, the purple gold skeleton was very excited and nervous. Qin Feiyang quickly finished refining the pill, and hurriedly walked out of the cultivation room. He jumped to the second floor, and pushed open a stone door. He saw the purple gold skeleton sitting inside the cultivation room. Its entire body was curled up by the terrifying power of thunder. The purple gold skeleton also noticed the arrival of Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, he really wasn't in the mood to greet Qin Feiyang, and nervously paid attention to his own situation. What's going on? Madman also rushed in, looked at Qin Feiyang standing outside the door of the second floor, and asked, "Come up and see for yourself," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. The madman jumped up and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He looked at the purple gold skeletons inside, and a trace of expectation appeared in his eyes. Finally, flesh and blood slowly grew on the purple gold skeleton's bones. This change surprised Qin Feiyang and Madman. This was because after coming to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure for so many years, this was their first time witnessing the scene of a skeleton condensing a corporeal body. Another few hundred breaths passed. The purple golden skeleton had already disappeared. At this moment, the person sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room was shockingly a young man. This was the original appearance of the purple gold skeleton. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a skeletal body. He had short black hair and bronze skin. He was filled with explosive power. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and released their divine senses to check the young man's condition. The young man himself was also carefully examining it. About 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other again and couldn't help but have a trace of joy in their eyes. Because in the young man's body, they didn't find any undead aura, and there were no other abnormalities. He was completely a living person. The young man himself couldn't help but tremble. Was this true? Even if the truth was in front of him, he didn't dare to believe it. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The young man finally looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman and asked with difficulty, "Have I really gotten rid of my undead body and reincarnated as a human?" Right now, he was only afraid that Qin Feiyang and the other man would spit out the word no. You are already a real human, no longer an undead. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but shed tears. He was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and smiled. They had long experienced this feeling. Especially Qin Feiyang, because in the past, he had personally seen Fire Lotus walk step by step. The pain and despair that Fire Lotus faced was still vivid in his mind. So, the two didn't disturb the young man's state and let him be alone for a while before silently retreating to the hall. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and said with a smile, "Although they are both undead, the undead of the Skybell Divine Treasure is still somewhat different from the Fire Lotus." Madman nodded. After the Fire Lotus successfully passed the tribulation, it directly condensed a body of flesh and blood. But the skeletons of the Skybell Divine Treasure, whether or not the undead aura was removed in advance, had to comprehend the ultimate meaning in order to condense a body of flesh and blood. This should be the rule restriction of the Skybell Divine Treasure. Rules. Madman frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Old Qin, who do you think is behind the Skybell Divine Treasure?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "In the past, we didn't have much knowledge and didn't think too much about this kind of place with special rules. We even thought that these rules existed purely because of heaven and earth. But it's different now. A place with special rules like this must be related to someone or something," Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "So I can't help but wonder, who is the master behind the Skybell Divine Treasure? Whether it's a person or some other divine object, why would he set up such a rule?" Madman frowned. "Who knows? It's hard to understand the thoughts of ordinary big shots. Don't care about anything else, as long as it's not targeted at us. In any case, we are just passers-by to the Skybell Divine Treasure." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It was impossible to have any results just by thinking about these things, so there was no need to find trouble for himself. "That's true." Madman nodded. As passers-by, no matter what secrets were hidden in the Skybell Divine Treasure, it had nothing to do with them. They just needed to be themselves. Da. At this time, accompanied by a series of footsteps, the young man finally walked out of the cultivation room. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman who were sitting in the hall below, his eyes filled with gratitude. Following that, the young man descended and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Madman smiled and said, "After being an undead for so many years, are you still not used to being a human?" The young man scratched his head and nodded with a smile, looking charmingly naive. "Slowly get used to it. After being an undead for so many years, you shouldn't have drunk tea. You're lucky today." Qin Feiyang poured a cup of tea and placed it on the opposite side of the tea table. He smiled and said, "This is a rare divine tea. I usually can't bear to drink it." "Divine tea?" The young man was stunned. He looked at the teacup and his eyes seemed to be a little blurred. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "It's true that I haven't drunk tea for a long time. I haven't tasted wine either. I really miss it." The young man shook his head, looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman, and knelt on the ground with a plop. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly put down the teacup and stepped forward to help the young man. The young man gently pushed Qin Feiyang away, looked at the two and said, "I never thought that there would be a chance to be reborn. Until now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Thank you, you are my reborn parents. Please be sure to accept my 3 kowtows." After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times in spite of Qin Feiyang's obstruction. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, took the young man's arm, and sighed, "It's a shame, because you don't have to mind. Although for you, this may be a business deal, for us undead, this is a great kindness. Besides, not only did you refine pills for us, but you also helped us cross the tribulation. It's only right to reward you. I believe that no undead in the Skybell Divine Treasure will blame you for this, and will only be grateful to you in their hearts. The robust young man said. His words were very sincere, causing Qin Feiyang and the young man to blush with shame. Cough, cough. Madman coughed to conceal the embarrassment on his face, took out a jar of black tortoise divine wine, and said, "This is also a divine wine, treat it as a gift to celebrate your rebirth." "Thank you." The young man stepped forward and took the wine jar, then picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, nodding, "It's really good tea." Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Drinking tea like this, could one really taste good and bad? However, he really could understand this person's mood. Right now, whether it was divine wine or divine tea, it couldn't compare to the joy in his heart at this moment. "We'll send you out. You have to cherish every day in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I know. I will definitely cherish it." The young man nodded heavily. If he still didn't know how to cherish it after being reborn, then there was really no medicine that could save him. When the three walked out of the ancient castle, everyone's eyes were cast over. Old Poison, Li Zhongxing, and Xiao Shui looked at the young man with surprise. Who was this? They didn't seem to have seen him before. Wait. He couldn't be that purple gold skeleton from back then, right? Everyone, do you still recognize him? Madman looked at the undead outside the city, pointed at the young man, and laughed. Now, there were more than 10,000 undead gathered outside the city. Most of them had already condensed flesh and blood, and only a small portion of them were still skeletons. These skeletons were actually just watching. Because they had already heard that a purple gold skeleton had successfully transcended the tribulation and was now in seclusion in the ancient castle. Hearing Madman's words, all the undead shook their heads. They had never seen him before. Madman said, "He is the purple gold skeleton that absorbed the undead barrier-breaking pill 2 years ago and successfully transcended the tribulation." What? It's him? The undead outside the city were stunned. Following that, countless divine sense surged towards the young man. There's no more undead aura. He succeeded. In other words, even for skeletons like us, the undead barrier-breaking pill is still useful. The happiest ones were of course those skeletons. In the past 2 years, all the skeletons that came here were looking forward to this good news every day. But at the same time, they were afraid that the news they were waiting for was bad. So, while looking forward to it, they were also filled with torment. Chapter 38-27. And now, there was finally good news. How could he not be happy? Not excited? He could finally put down the huge stone that had been pressing on his heart. Sigh. Frenzy suddenly sighed. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Frenzy shook his head and said sadly, looking at these smiling faces, "I feel that, we are too great. We are simply great men of a generation. Even I admire myself." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Looking at Frenzy's sad look, he thought that he was going to say something touching, but in the end, he changed the topic and became smug. Sure enough. One's nature was something that could never be changed. At the same time, seeing the skeletons outside the city burning with hope because of his transformation, the muscular young man's face was full of smiles. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Xiao Chen. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Brothers, we will meet again." Qin Feiyang and old Li nodded. Whoosh. The young man didn't say anything emotional. He nodded to Li Zhongxing and the other two and soared into the sky, leaving without looking back. Don't say that. Seeing them leave one by one in satisfaction, I really feel a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Shui smiled. Li Zhongxing and Old Poison nodded. As former undead, they naturally knew how these undead felt. The young man was relatively calm. Some of the undead couldn't help but cry after transcending the tribulation. For them, getting rid of their undead bodies wasn't just about being reborn as a human, but also relief and hope. After the purple gold skeleton's verification, The other skeletons no longer had any concerns and went forward to trade with Xiao Shui and the other two. Business was even more popular than before. Moreover, as the news spread, more and more skeletons rushed over. All day long, the few of them were busy. But it was worth it. While doing good deeds, they could also obtain a large number of lore miniatures. It was the best of both worlds. Not long after, Blood Ancestor and Li Feng both came out of seclusion. Without a doubt. Their strongest laws had broken through one after another. However, this was all thanks to the souls of the undead that Snow Queen and the others gave them. In the beginning, they had thought that by relying on the souls of the dead that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had given them, they would be able to break through to the next level. However, it turned out that they had underestimated the amount of souls of the dead needed to break through to the next level. The souls of the dead that the Divine King of the Primal Chaos had given them had all been devoured. In the end, they were just a little short. The souls of the undead that Snow Queen and the others had gifted him just so happened to make up for this gap. Furthermore, their exit also brought Qin Feiyang a piece of good news. The Blood Ancestor knew how to refine pills. This was something that no one had expected. How could a demon like the Blood Ancestor have the patience to study pills? When he needed medicinal pills, it was more convenient to just snatch them. Therefore, at first, Qin Feiyang held a skeptical attitude. However, when the Blood Ancestor personally finished refining a pill, Qin Feiyang immediately felt ashamed to show his face. This was because the pills refined by the Blood Ancestor had 8 dragon-shaped pill chi. The quality of the pills was even higher than his. The most excessive thing was, the Blood Ancestor also said something. He hadn't refined for many years and his technique was rusty. It wasn't even 1/10 of his peak. Not even 1/10 of his peak. Then how many dragon-shaped pill chi could he refine at his peak? 9, 10. As expected. This was an old antique. None of them could be underestimated. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even Li Feng didn't know that the Blood Ancestor knew how to refine pills. Of course. There was nothing he could do about it. Once in the ancient world, the Blood Ancestor had been sealed by the Ice Dragon and had always been in the form of a remnant soul. Moreover, with an existence like him, it was impossible for him to personally refine pills unless he had no other choice. But this time, he took the initiative to take on the hard work of refining pills. The reason was to let Qin Feiyang and Madman go into seclusion to fuse with the inheritance. Li Feng was also helping outside. If it was before, Qin Feiyang would definitely not be at ease with the Blood Ancestor. But now it was different. He trusted him unconditionally, so he taught him all the refining methods of the undead barrier breaking pill and went into seclusion with peace of mind. There was no need to talk about the Blood Ancestor's strength now. The slaughter law, the death law, and the time law were the 3 ultimate profound meanings. This kind of strength had already surpassed his peak. Because at his peak, he had only mastered 1 ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. And now, he had 3 ultimate profound meanings. Even though Dragon King, Feng Hu, and the Qilin Lord were also growing, the Blood Ancestor's current strength was completely enough to compete with the 3 Dragon King. What made Qin Feiyang and Madman the most emotional was that Li Feng had actually mastered the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law before them. To be honest, when they were in the ancient world, they never thought that Li Feng had the ability to keep up with their pace. Because although Li Feng's talent was good, it could only be considered average among the geniuses. They didn't expect that not only would he catch up with their pace, but he would also surpass them. Sometimes, you had to believe in fate. Everyone had different encounters. And Li Feng's greatest fortune in his life was meeting the Blood Ancestor. Otherwise, even if Li Feng had agreed to cultivate with them, it would have been difficult for him to have today's achievements. Of course, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Frenzy, they didn't agree with Li Feng's rise. Fortunately, now that Li Feng had turned over a new leaf, he no longer needed to absorb the flesh and blood of living creatures. On the other side, a rolling mountain range was located on the ground. From afar, it looked like a giant dragon, exuding a majestic aura that shocked the soul. Somewhere in the mountain, dozens of people were sitting cross-legged on the ground. Among them, there were a few particularly familiar faces. One of them was the masked Azura. As usual, he wore a mask. His dark eyes faintly carried a trace of bloodlight, looking extremely deep. Judging from his figure and skin, he should be a young man. However, his temperament and eyes were very calm. Next to the masked Azura was a middle-aged man in black. This person was also very familiar. It was the person called the Divine Beast who had intercepted Qin Feiyang and the others several times in the land of buried gods. The other was the Sea Lion Emperor. There was no need to say much about the Sea Lion Emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others had contact with him many times and were very respectful to him. As for the others, although they had seen them before entering the Skybell Divine Treasure, they weren't too familiar with them. It was worth mentioning. On a mountain peak not far away, there was a man and a woman snuggling together. They looked very intimate, but their faces were unfamiliar. Both of them looked young. The man had a head of black hair and was about 1.7 meters tall. His appearance was extremely ordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that if he was placed in a crowd, no one would take a second look at him. The woman in his arms was also ordinary, with a mole on her chin. Other women all had beauty moles. But her mole was a bit too much. It was almost the size of a child's finger. "Sister Feng, do you like this kind of ordinary life?" The man spoke, his tone was full of doting. "Yes. This is the kind of life I yearn for." The woman nodded. Obviously. This man and woman were the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng. But at this moment, they had changed their appearance and temperament. Even if Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were here, they might not be able to recognize them. "Is your life not good now? Open your mouth and open your mouth. Others can't wait to be envious." The White-Eyed Wolf smiled. "I told you that you're vulgar, but you don't believe me. What you see is just the surface. As the Princess Royal of the Fire Phoenix clan, my burden is no less than yours. Father is looking forward to me becoming the next patriarch of the Feng people. Lord Feng, who also hopes that I can become the future pillar of the Feng people. But they don't know that their expectations will become a burden and pressure on me. More importantly, I have to deal with the Ice Phoenix clan. Take the matter of Bing ruining as an example. If it were you, you would definitely kill her directly to prevent her from becoming a disaster. But I can't. I have to endure it. I have to consider the entire Feng people. Sometimes, I really feel so tired. I want to let go of everything, find a place where no one is around, and live a carefree life. But there's no other way. Born in the Feng people, I have no right to escape." Princess Huafeng shook her head. "You've worked hard." The White-Eyed Wolf heard this and felt distressed. "You know that I've worked hard. Then you have to take good care of me in the future. Also, when we return to the Sky Cloud realm, you have to be polite to my father and the others. Don't always look so arrogant." Princess Huafeng said. "Do I? I'm such a low-key and humble person." "How can it be?" The White-Eyed Wolf laughed. "You're low-key? You're humble? Forget it. Go and ask around. Who doesn't know your arrogant and despotic character?" Princess Huafeng's face was full of disdain. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, if at that time your father and the Phoenix Empress oppose us being together, will you do this?" Princess Huafeng fell silent. The White-Eyed Wolf said anxiously, "Don't say that you're going to abandon me like this." "So what if I abandon you?" Princess Huafeng smiled proudly. "You dare?" The White-Eyed Wolf smiled coldly. "Yes, I dare. Are you going to kill me?" Princess Huafeng looked at the White-Eyed Wolf provocatively. The White-Eyed Wolf picked his nose and said coldly, "Of course I won't do anything to you, but I will kill my way to the Phoenix Nest and turn it into a river of blood." "You bastard." When Princess Huafeng heard this, she angrily reached out her claws and fiercely pinched the White-Eyed Wolf's waist. Don't. I'm just joking. Even if you lend me 100 guts, I won't dare to do this." The White-Eyed Wolf quickly begged for mercy, tears of pain flowing down his face. Princess Huafeng proudly snorted and let go of her hand. She looked up at the mountains below and sighed, If Father and the others really oppose us, I don't know what to do. But we have to face it. After all, we're no longer children. Running away won't solve the problem. Don't worry. No matter what, I'll always stand behind you and be your strong shield. The white-eyed wolf hugged Princess Huafeng and smiled. Thank you. Princess Huafeng was extremely touched. Then, she looked up into the white-eyed wolf's eyes and said, "You have to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you won't let go of my hand." The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and looked at Princess Huafeng. He grabbed Princess Huafeng's hand and couldn't help but slightly tighten his grip. He nodded and said, "I promise you." Seeing the white-eyed wolf's affirmative answer, Princess Huafeng's heart was as sweet as honey. But in the next moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The white-eyed wolf burst out laughing and said, "You look too, cough cough, too beautiful right now. I really can't bring myself to kiss you." "What did you say? You dislike me?" Princess Huafeng was instantly furious. "No, no. How would I dare to dislike you?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved his hand. "I think you despise me. Bastard, if you start to dislike me now, what will happen in the future? Besides, who made me disguise myself like this? I'm not done with you." On the mountain peak, miserable howls immediately sounded. Chapter 38:28. Hearing the movement on the mountain peak, Sea Lion King and the others opened their eyes and looked up. "What's the point of showing off in front of us all day long?" The masked Shura snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you can find one quickly, you won't have to be so envious of them." The middle-aged man in black smiled. "Ahem." The masked Shura choked and said with a dark face, "Uncle Long, what did you say first?" "Which I saw that I was envious of them." Still stubborn. "I saw it with all three eyes." The middle-aged man in black said. The masked Shura smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Women are troublesome. Why should I go and find trouble for myself? Isn't it comfortable to be alone? Then you have to think about us old fellows. We old guys don't have any children. The only people we can count on are you and Xiang. Look at the two of you, which one of you is anxious? We've been worrying for nothing." An old man said. He looked old and wore a yellow robe. He stared at the masked Shura with dissatisfaction. "Then you should go and find junior brother. He's handsome and is more popular with women." The masked Shura waved his hand. The yellow-robed old man looked helpless. He looked up at the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huafeng and shook his head with a smile. "I really didn't expect the two of them to be together. Yeah. When I saw this wolf cub before, I always thought that he might be single for the rest of his life. Because with his personality, it's impossible for a woman to like him. But I didn't expect that he would come to us with a woman in such a short time. Moreover, it's the Princess Royal of the Fire Phoenix clan. If Feng Hu knows about this, she'll be so angry that she'll vomit blood." Sea Lion King shook his head. The saying that the world was unpredictable was not wrong at all. Feng Hu, the middle-aged man in black, shook his head and said with a smile, "I think not only will she vomit blood, but she'll probably lose half her life. Because as far as I know, this Princess Royal is deeply loved by Feng Hu. She may have the intention to let her inherit the position of the next Feng Hu. So you're saying that the wolf cub still dug out her precious treasure this time?" The masked Azura was surprised. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's my darling. After all, among the younger generation of Feng people, Princess Royal is the most outstanding one. As for the other princes and princesses, take Bing Ruining for example. She doesn't care about the big picture at all, let alone becoming Feng Hu's successor. According to my understanding, not only is the eldest princess talented, she has also awakened a terrifying fighting spirit." The middle-aged man in black said. "A terrifying fighting soul?" The masked Shura was stunned and said in surprise, "Don't tell me it's one of the 10 strongest fighting souls." "No. But her fighting soul might be the nemesis of the 10 strongest fighting souls." The black-clothed middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Princess Huafeng. His eyes sparkled. "What? The nemesis of the 10 strongest fighting souls?" The masked Azura was extremely shocked. The 10 strongest fighting souls actually had a nemesis. How come he had never heard of it before? Everything in the world can't escape one rule: mutual generation and restraint. If there's a strongest fighting soul, there must be something that restrains it. So the white-eyed wolf being able to capture this woman's heart is a good thing for us. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled slightly. The masked Azura became more and more confused as he listened. He looked at the Sea Lion Emperor and asked, "Senior, what kind of fighting soul did she awaken?" "You will know in the future." The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. "I really don't know what to say about you people of the older generation. You all like to keep people in suspense." The masked Azura said helplessly, "If I tell you everything, then what's the challenge for the younger generation?" The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at him. The masked Azura couldn't help but smile. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. The group of people was shocked as they raised their heads and looked into the distance. They could faintly see a few figures moving towards them at lightning speed. "Stop fooling around." At the same time, the white-eyed wolf also stopped Princess Huafeng and looked up. It seemed to be the aura of Long Chen's sovereign divine weapon. "There's also the Black Flame Demon King." Princess Huafeng's eyes darkened. "Are they finally here?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed as he immediately looked at the Sea Lion Emperor and the others below and warned, "Be careful, don't reveal any flaws." Everyone nodded and landed beside the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huafeng. The white-eyed wolf had already told them about Qin Feiyang's plan. They were also very supportive of this plan. How good was it to be able to obtain a divine weapon without much effort? Who wouldn't like it? And with the three demon kings' status in the Skybell divine treasure, how could they have few treasures on them? Besides, if they were asked to take out some cheap things, even they would be embarrassed. Soon, those few figures descended on the top of the mountain. Sure enough, it was Long Chen, the divine sword, and the three demon kings. Everyone immediately sized up the three demon kings. These were the demon kings of the Skybell divine treasure. Their aura was indeed powerful. Especially the sovereign divine weapons in the three demon kings' bodies, that terrifying aura directly brought a death threat to them. The three demon kings were also sizing them up. And they also sensed the aura of sovereign divine weapons like the blood dragon blade in the masked Shura and the others. What Long Chen said was true. These people had a large number of sovereign divine weapons. However, they didn't sense the aura of sovereign divine weapons like the Fire Phoenix sword. Because the Black Flame Demon King had seen the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix divine jade, Princess Huafeng had them restrain their aura. The white-eyed wolf looked at the three demon kings and frowned at Long Chen. "Long Chen, who are they? Why haven't I seen them before in the Sky Cloud realm?" Long Chen landed opposite the white-eyed wolf and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Obviously, even he didn't recognize the original body of the white-eyed wolf. "It's me, your brother wolf." The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. When Long Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It turned out to be this wolf cub. He was quite bold. He thought that even if the white-eyed wolf came, he would definitely hide, but he didn't expect that he would change his appearance and directly face the three demon kings. But thinking back, wasn't this wolf cub always like this? There was nothing he was afraid of. "Introduce them." Long Chen beckoned to the three demon kings. The three demon kings landed beside Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. "These three's identities will give you a shock. They are the Heaven Bell Divine Treasures Devil Kings. They are the Bloodthirsty Devil King, Black Flame Devil King, and Celestial Demon King." Demon Kings. The eyes of the white-eyed wolf's group trembled. It looked like they were still pretending. It couldn't be said that after hearing the names of the three demon kings, they would still be indifferent. And Princess Huafeng was more familiar with the Black Flame Demon King than the others, because when the Black Flame Demon King went to find Qin Feiyang, she personally experienced it. If it weren't for the help of the three sovereign divine weapons, they would have died in the hands of the Black Flame Demon King. At the same time, looking at the reaction of the group of people, the three demon kings were very satisfied. After the white-eyed wolf came back to his senses, he immediately glared at Long Chen and said, "What do you mean? Why did you bring them here?" "Don't be nervous." Long Chen hurriedly comforted and smiled. The three demon kings didn't come here with bad intentions. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other, and the doubts in their eyes were even stronger. Long Chen said, "Actually, for everyone, this is a good fortune." "Good fortune?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "That's right." Long Chen nodded and asked, "I believe you have already heard about the situation of Qin Feiyang and the madman." "Yes. I heard that they are in the Chaos Royal City, and they are doing well." After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he looked at the three demon kings and asked, "Is this true?" "It's true." The three demon kings nodded. "These two damned things are really lucky." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Princess Huafeng, Sea Lion Emperor, and the others also revealed a trace of hostility. Seeing this, the three demon kings couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on their faces. It seemed that this group of people's hatred for Qin Feiyang and the others was not ordinary. Long Chen laughed. "The three demon kings came to find us because they want us to help them get rid of Qin Feiyang and the madman." "Get rid of them? Are you kidding? Not to mention that they are now in the Chaos Royal City. With their strength, we can't kill them just because we want to." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "I know. But now, don't we have the help of the three demon kings? I won't say much about what Qin Feiyang and the madman did in the Sky Cloud realm. Everyone knows it in their hearts. Now that we have such a good opportunity, don't you want to get rid of them?" Long Chen asked. "Yes. Even in my dreams," the white-eyed wolf said with a face full of resentment. "That's not right. Moreover, the three demon kings have prepared a greeting gift for everyone." Long Chen smiled. "Greeting gift?" Everyone looked at each other and looked at the three demon kings suspiciously. The three demon kings looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, law miniatures suddenly appeared, and all of them were the strongest law miniatures. Looking at so many law miniatures, except for the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huafeng, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine. Although they were all important figures in the Sky Cloud realm, and there were even reclusive old antiques who had mastered the ultimate profound, law miniatures, especially the strongest law miniatures, were like treasures. Because in the Sky Cloud realm, this thing could only be comprehended by oneself. Not to mention them. Even for Qin Feiyang and the others, when they first entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, seeing an ordinary law miniatures was like seeing a treasure. So, just because Qin Feiyang and the others now had a large number of law miniatures, they couldn't underestimate the value of law miniatures. For the people of the Sky Cloud realm, no matter what law miniatures, they had a fatal temptation. But the three demon kings looked at the reaction of the group of people and couldn't help but be full of ridicule. A mere law miniatures actually made these people so surprised. Sure enough, they were a group of ants who had never seen the world and lived in a low-level civilization. Chapter 38-29. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf looked at the three demon kings and sneered, "You want us to take such a big risk to kill Qin Feiyang with just a few dozen Dao miniatures? Aren't you too naive?" The three demon kings raised their eyebrows. "How dare he mock them in public?" The white-eyed wolf said, "To put it bluntly, you are purely using us as cannon fodder." "Then what do you want?" The Black Flame Demon King asked patiently. "It doesn't matter even if we are cannon fodder. But the premise is that you have to let us be willing to be cannon fodder. Don't take out something like the Dao miniatures to make a fool of yourself. My request is not excessive. Everyone present will have a Dao legacy." The white-eyed wolf said. He was really asking for too much. If everyone had a Dao miniatures, even if it was just an ordinary Dao legacy, there would be dozens of them. Even the three demon kings couldn't take out so many Dao miniatures. One Dao legacy per person? Sure enough. Hearing this, the three demon kings were furious. They turned to look at Long Chen and said, "Didn't you say that we can send them away with just some Dao miniatures?" "I did say that. But I also said that the leader must be given enough benefits. It's impossible that even the leader will only be given a Dao miniatures," Long Chen secretly said. The three looked at each other and looked at the white-eyed wolf patiently, saying, "It's absolutely impossible for each of you to have a Dao legacy, because in the entire Tianzhong Divine Treasure, except for Lord Divine King, no one has such a strong capital." The white-eyed wolf frowned. Wolf cub, that's enough. Don't lose your life before you can get the Dao miniatures. Yeah, they are the 3 demon kings after all. We can't afford to offend them. Emperor Sea Lion and the others secretly advised. Are the 3 demon kings that great? If it weren't for little Qinzi and little Lunatic being worried that Long Chen would cheat us, I would kill them right now. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The land of buried gods, the heavenly cloud sea, and Princess Huafeng's sovereign divine weapons, totaled more than 30. Including Long Chen's heavenly god sword, it wasn't impossible to kill the 3 devil kings. However, he had to be wary of Long Chen. Qin Feiyang had given him the task to handle. Naturally, he could not be as impulsive as before. He had to consider all aspects. Emperor Sea Lion and the others were helpless. The only person who dared to disdain the 3 demon kings was probably this wolf cub. You can't take out that much. The white-eyed wolf frowned. He looked at the 3 demon kings and said, then you should at least do something. You can't expect us to fight with our lives on the line just because of a few dozen nomological miniatures. How greedy. A cold light flashed in the 3 demon kings' eyes. Long Chen noticed the killing intent of the 3 demon kings. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, it's indeed too difficult for each of you to receive an inheritance. How about this? I'll give you an inheritance alone. As for the others, it'll be the same as before. Each of you will receive an ultimate nomological miniatures. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Be content. There are so many of you. If each of you receives an ultimate nomological inheritance, that'll be dozens of nomological miniatures. If I let you search for them yourselves, I'm afraid you won't be able to find so many even if you search through the entire Skybell Divine Treasure. Long Chen smiled. That's right. No one knows the Skybell Divine Treasure better than us. Although each of you has extraordinary strength in the Sky Cloud realm, you're nothing here. Even if you find the nomological miniatures, you might not be able to successfully snatch them. But now, you can get dozens of nomological miniatures at once. Is there anything better than this? The 3 demon kings said. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion Island and the others. The Sea Lion Island and the others nodded. The white-eyed wolf frowned and pondered for a moment. Looking at the 3 demon kings, he raised 2 fingers and shook his head. 1 inheritance isn't enough. At least 2 inheritances, and they must be nomological miniatures. Don't push your luck. Even we are still searching for the nomological miniatures. How can we give you 2? We can give you 2 nomological miniatures, but only the nomological miniatures. I advise you to be more tactful. As the saying goes, a greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Don't bring disaster to yourself just because of a moment of greed. The killing intent in the 3 demon kings' eyes was undisguised. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. They actually dared to threaten them. Did they really think they wouldn't dare to make a move? Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf's reaction, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The white-eyed wolf was different from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had a calm personality. No matter what happened, he could maintain a calm mind. However, the white-eyed wolf had a fiery temper and did things regardless of the consequences. In the face of the provocation of the 3 demon kings, he might not be able to control his emotions and turn against the 3 demon kings. The white-eyed wolf turning against the 3 demon kings was, of course, a scene that he would be very happy to see. However, Long Chen, who had calculated everything, underestimated the white-eyed wolf this time. Although the white-eyed wolf had a fiery temper, it didn't mean that he was a reckless person. Moreover, people would grow, and it was impossible to stay in the same place forever. The white-eyed wolf was no exception. Although he was usually careless, he was actually very meticulous. The most important thing was, now that he had Princess Huafeng, he also felt responsible. With a sense of responsibility, he would naturally become mature. Moreover, the fate of so many people in the land of buried gods and the sea of heavenly clouds was now in his hands. How could he dare to play around? All right. Just when Long Chen thought that the white-eyed wolf would mercilessly counterattack the 3 demon kings, the white-eyed wolf suddenly nodded in agreement, which made Long Chen quite surprised. It seemed that this wolf cub had also grown a lot. He could no longer measure it with his previous eyes. Great! The three demon kings laughed. The black flame demon king waved his hand, and two law inheritances appeared. One was the law of light, and the other was the law of sword. The white-eyed wolf unceremoniously kept the two inheritances, then looked at the sea lion emperor and the others, and laughed. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and choose the law epitome you need. When the group of people heard this, they immediately swarmed forward. In just a moment, there were only two epitomes of the strongest law left in front of them. Only the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng did not take them. Because previously, the three demon kings had prepared a epitome for the white-eyed wolf and the others. But now, the white-eyed wolf had already taken away two inheritances, so the remaining two epitomes, the black flame demon king naturally thought that the white-eyed wolf would definitely not want them. However, just as the black flame demon king was about to take them back, the white-eyed wolf's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast, and he grabbed the two epitomes. Don't want them? How was that possible? Only an idiot would not take advantage of the situation. Even if he did not need them, he could give them to others. Besides, he had not even comprehended a single ultimate profound meaning, and he indeed needed these epitomes of the strongest law. Seeing this scene, the black flame demon king could not help but frown. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Lord Demon King, would you still care about these two epitomes? The black flame demon king was slightly stunned, and a trace of contempt crept up in his heart. What a greedy person. However, if it was the inheritance, he would definitely not take advantage of the white-eyed wolf so easily, but he really did not care about these two epitomes. Long Chen glanced at the white-eyed wolf and the others, then looked at the three demon kings, and laughed. Since you have already discussed it, then my reward, shouldn't it be time for you to give it to me? You still have a reward. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen in astonishment. Aren't you talking nonsense? Long Chen rolled his eyes. At the same time, when the black flame demon king heard Long Chen's words, he could not help but frown, hesitating. What's wrong? Lord Demon King, have you not thought about it along the way? Long Chen asked with a smile. The black flame demon king frowned. I can give you the inheritance, but how can you guarantee it to us? Then I really can't guarantee it. Long Chen shook his head, and then looked at the white-eyed wolf with deep meaning, and said, however, if you can find the whereabouts of the white-eyed wolf, Princess Fire Phoenix, Fire Chiline, Tan Wu, and the Hell Godhound, I can promise to kill them. It's not difficult to find them. The three demon kings smiled confidently. That's fine. The white-eyed wolf and the others are the brothers of Qin Feiyang and the madman, and even the two of them treat them as family. To be honest, killing them is more interesting than killing Qin Feiyang and the madman. Compared to killing them directly, I prefer to see their sorrowful expressions because of the loss of their brothers. Long Chen chuckled. What a ruthless person. Looking at the smile on Long Chen's face, the three demon kings could not help but mutter. Without hesitation, the black flame demon king waved his hand, and an inheritance of the strongest law appeared. What? This is the inheritance of the space-time law. The eyes of the white-eyed wolf and the others suddenly widened. This bastard actually took such a big advantage. Thank you. I wish us a happy cooperation. Long Chen looked at the three demon kings with a smile, and under the angry gaze of the white-eyed wolf and the others, he put away the inheritance of the space-time law. The black flame demon king's face was full of reluctance. However, when he thought of making Qin Feiyang and the madman suffer, he felt a lot better. He looked at Long Chen and said, then you guys stay here and wait for our news. Okay. Long Chen nodded. The black flame demon king took out the demon castle, established a contract with the celestial sword, and asked Long Chen for 6 extreme young thunder fire, and then turned and left without looking back. Long Chen, you, the masked Shura immediately looked at Long Chen with dissatisfaction. Don't talk. The white-eyed wolf quickly stopped him, and glanced in the direction where the three demon kings disappeared. The masked Shura was stunned. Could it be that the three demon kings would turn back and hide in the dark to spy on them? Caution is the parent of safety. The white-eyed wolf transmitted a sentence, and then looked at Long Chen, and secretly snorted. I was still grateful to you in my heart for helping us get 2 inheritances, but in the end, I realized that I was thinking too much. You were not helping us at all, but helping yourself. How am I doing this for myself? Didn't everyone get benefits? Long Chen was helpless. If you can't help them persuade us, you won't be able to get the inheritance of the space-time law. Isn't this all for yourself? Besides, how can the benefits we got be compared to yours? Why don't we exchange? The 2 inheritances in my hands, plus all the miniature laws, should I exchange them with you for the inheritance of the space-time law? The white-eyed wolf transmitted a message. Do you think I'm stupid? Long Chen looked at him with disdain. It's not you who is stupid, it's us who are stupid to cooperate with a bastard like you. The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted. He really didn't expect that Long Chen would get such a big bargain. Chapter 38:30. If you say that, I'll get angry. If it weren't for my cooperation, would you have gotten so many benefits? I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to keep your life. Let's talk about it later. Compared to the benefits that Qin Feiyang and the lunatic got in the chaotic royal city, my gains are at most a small profit. Long Chen secretly thought. Then I beg you, please let me have this small profit of the rope, the white-eyed wolf said helplessly. It was a typical case of taking advantage of others. Then forget it. Long Chen chuckled. How could he give up the fat meat in his hands to others? The white-eyed wolf directly rolled his eyes at Long Chen and said, Sister Phoenix, immediately let the Fire Phoenix sword contact the Sword of Thanatos and tell little Qinzi about the situation here. Okay. Princess Huafeng secretly responded. Then, the white-eyed wolf also glanced in the direction where the 3 demon kings disappeared. Were they hiding in the dark or not? At this time, he had to be careful. If the 3 demon kings found out that he had been tricked and deceived, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. A fierce battle, it didn't matter. But he couldn't destroy the relationship between little Qinzi and the divine king of chaos. He had to trick them. Who is it? Suddenly, without any warning, the white-eyed wolf let out a thunderous roar, sending his spirit power towards the mountains and rivers down below. Long Chen, the Sea Lion King, and the others were shocked. At the moment when his divine consciousness poured into the mountains below, the white-eyed wolf's heart trembled. On a hidden hillside below, there were 3 people standing silently like ghosts. It was the 3 demon kings. They were actually spying on them in the dark. If the white-eyed wolf hadn't been careful, they would have been exposed. The 3 demon kings were also shocked. By the time they reacted, the white-eyed wolf's divine consciousness had already descended. They had no choice but to take the initiative to show themselves and smile awkwardly. Don't be nervous, it's us. They were also extremely puzzled. This person's insight was too terrifying. He could actually discover them. Why are you guys here? I thought it was some blind undead who was plotting against us. But didn't you guys leave? What are you doing down there? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Cough cough. We also discovered that there seemed to be someone hiding in the shadows. Fearing that you might be in danger, we decided to stay in the shadows to observe the situation. The 3 of them felt rather awkward. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. He carefully scanned the area with his divine sense and shook his head with a smile. There's no one else. It seems that we're all hallucinating. Yes. Then I won't disturb everyone any longer. See you later. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, then turned around and left. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with mockery as he watched the 3 of them leave. Not bad. To think that they would return to monitor us. Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. This wolf cub was much calmer than before. It seemed that he had another strong opponent that he could not ignore. Do you think I want to talk to you? The white-eyed wolf proudly turned his head away. Long Chen was helpless. Chaos Royal City, what the hell? Long Chen actually obtained an inheritance of the law of time from the hands of the 3 demon kings? Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang nodded with a bitter smile. This guy actually benefited from it. Frenzy was indignant and asked, what benefits did the white-eyed wolf and the others obtain? Qin Feiyang said, they obtained 2 inheritances, and each of them obtained a miniature of an ultimate law. What inheritance? Frenzy's eyes lit up. 2 inheritances, this was even more profitable than Long Chen. You think it's the inheritance of an ultimate law? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, the law of light and the law of sword. Ah. Frenzy was stunned and immediately lost interest. Actually, this has already exceeded my expectations. Originally, in my opinion, the 3 demon kings would at most give them a miniature of a law, and it might even be a miniature of an ordinary law. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Each of them obtained a miniature of an ultimate law. For everyone, this was already a good deal. After all, if it was up to Emperor Sea Lion and the others to search by themselves, they might not even be able to find a few miniature of an ultimate law. Frenzy said, let the white-eyed wolf keep the inheritance of the law of light. You can fuse with it when the time comes. I think so too. You have already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder, so I definitely can't fall behind. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is there a need to keep comparing with me? Frenzy was speechless. Haven't you been secretly competing with me? Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. Is that called secretly competing with you? That is an open contest with you. Frenzy grinned and immediately closed his eyes, continuing to fuse with the inheritance of the law of space. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. After saying a few words to the Sword of Death, he also closed his eyes and continued to fuse with the inheritance of the law of cause and effect. On the mountain peak, the masked Azura whispered, the 3 demon kings should have left by now. The white-eyed wolf secretly said, regardless of whether they have left or not, we have to communicate in secret. After all, we have to guard against Long Chen. The masked Azura glanced at Long Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. He had also learned about Long Chen's identity from the white-eyed wolf. As the son of Ice Dragon, it was difficult for him not to be afraid. Princess Huafeng transmitted her voice. The Sword of Death sent a message, telling us not to bother with Long Chen. He also said that he has prepared a surprise for us. What surprise? The white-eyed wolf was curious. He didn't say that. However, since Qin Feiyang said that it's a surprise, it's definitely not something ordinary. Also, he said that the law of light inheritance should be kept for him. As for the law of sword inheritance, you can deal with it yourself. Princess Huafeng secretly said. The white-eyed wolf nodded and asked, did he say anything else? Nothing else. Princess Huafeng shook her head. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and muttered. The law of sword inheritance. He looked at Emperor Sea Lion and the others and asked, who among you has mastered the law of sword? Me. The masked Azura raised his hand. His personality was relatively cold, but in the face of the ultimate inheritance, he found it difficult to remain calm. You. Why don't you take a look at the people here? Which one of them isn't your elder? Aren't you embarrassed to compete with them? Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? The white-eyed wolf despised him. When the masked Azura heard this, his expression suddenly became awkward. It's fine. Young people have greater potential. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Emperor Sea Lion and the others also nodded. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the group of people. The black-clothed middle-aged man was from the land of the buried gods, so it wasn't surprising that he took care of the masked Azura. But Emperor Sea Lion and the others were from the heavenly clouds sea. It was a bit unexpected that they would take care of the masked Azura. Everyone nodded. Although the land of the buried gods and the heavenly clouds sea belonged to 2 different forces, the little rabbit had always taken care of the land of the buried gods. It could be seen that the relationship between the 2 forces was quite good. At the same time, this also proved the character of Emperor Sea Lion and the others. They were willing to give these opportunities to the young people. Of course, it was impossible to say that they had no selfishness because there was no such person in this world. However, compared to the old antiques of the 3 major races, they were really good. Then, the white-eyed wolf took out the law of sword inheritance and looked at the masked Azura. Although the masked Azura's expression couldn't be seen, the emotions in his eyes were clear, full of excitement. And seeing that the white-eyed wolf didn't give it to him, he couldn't help but become anxious. Look at how anxious you are. It's just an ordinary law of inheritance. Is there a need to be so anxious? The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and threw the law of sword inheritance over, saying indifferently, "You got lucky." The masked Azura grabbed it and looked down at the inheritance. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. As for the white-eyed wolf's words, he directly ignored them. Because the white-eyed wolf did have the qualifications to say that. He had mastered the strongest laws. But he was different. He was just an ordinary person. He didn't have such big ambitions and pursuits. The white-eyed wolf looked at everyone and said, "As for the law of light inheritance, I want to keep it for little Qinzi. You don't have any objections, right?" Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Leaving it for Qin Feiyang, what objections could they have? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Long Chen and said, "Tell me, what are we going to do next? We can't really wait here for their news, right?" "Wait for what news? You two just stay here. They won't be able to find you in their lifetime. Everything will be as usual. Do what you have to do." Long Chen waved his hand. "Although it's impossible for them to find us, there's still the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound." The white-eyed wolf said, "Can't you just contact them and ask them to change their appearances?" Long Chen smiled faintly. "That's right. If it was in the past, no matter how they changed their appearances, they wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the three demon kings. Because they are all living people and don't have undead aura. But it's different now. Now, there are many undead in the Skybell Divine Treasure. Because of the undead breakthrough pill, the three demon kings can no longer determine their identities from their undead aura. As long as they are careful and don't expose their identities, it's basically like looking for a needle in a haystack." The masked Azura nodded. "Okay then. We'll go directly to the exit of the Skybell Divine Treasure and subdue a few sovereign divine weapons on the way. As for the law of light, it's not important now." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. With Qin Feiyang and the others searching for law of light in the primal chaos royal city, was there a need for them to look for law of light? They just had to protect themselves and not cause trouble for Qin Feiyang and the others. "Then let's part ways here." Long Chen smiled faintly. "Where are you going?" The white-eyed wolf stopped Long Chen. "I'm not as relaxed as you guys. I still have to find some law of light." Long Chen sighed helplessly. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and said, "That won't do. From now on, you have to stay with us." "Why?" Long Chen was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf stepped forward and hooked his arm around Long Chen's neck. He chuckled and said, "We're old friends. Old friends should stay together. This way, we can take care of each other." Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf in a daze. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf gave him an unfathomable feeling. "Let's go. Isn't it just a law of light? On the way, I'll help you look for it." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Long Chen frowned. Why was it that the more he looked at it, the more off it seemed? Chapter 38-31. What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke us? The heavenly god sword roared and unleashed his divine aura. The white-eyed wolf was sent flying. Princess Huafeng and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the white-eyed wolf. Only then did they stabilize themselves in the air. The white-eyed wolf's face was pale, and a trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the Sea Lion King and the others couldn't help but stare at the heavenly god sword with murderous intent in their eyes. "What's wrong? It seems like all of you are not convinced." The heavenly god sword was arrogant and his tone was full of disdain. "Ha ha," along with a loud laugh, the white-eyed wolf gently pushed Princess Huafeng away and walked step by step to the front of the Sea Lion Emperor and the others. He raised his head to look at the heavenly god sword and laughed cruelly. "Very arrogant, huh? So what if I'm arrogant? I have the right to be arrogant." The heavenly god sword sneered. "Right." The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. With a clang, the blood dragon blade appeared. The blood dragon blade was in the hands of the masked Azura. When the white-eyed wolf arrived, the masked Azura had returned it to the white-eyed wolf. With the appearance of the blood dragon blade, Princess Huafeng took a step forward and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. She exuded a murderous aura. The Fire Phoenix sword and more than a dozen Dominator divine weapons appeared and unleashed their divine aura. Emperor Sea Lion and the others looked at each other and summoned their own Dominator divine weapons. There were more than 30 Dominator divine weapons in total, and they faced off against the Heavenly God Sword. Long Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Although the other Dominator divine weapons of the dragons were in his hands, they were far less than the White-Eyed Wolf. If it weren't for the fact that Little Qin still needs your help in retrieving sacred weapons like Pale Snow and the Broken Sword, I really wouldn't mind ending things with you here. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Long Chen and laughed. Long Chen frowned. The White-Eyed Wolf's gaze turned and landed on the Heavenly God Sword. He sneered, "You want to talk about capital with me? Are you still dreaming? Even if you have surpassed a low-level Dominator weapon, so what?" The killing intent of the Heavenly God Sword surged. "You want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Come and try me if you can." The White-Eyed Wolf had a provocative look on his face. He really wanted to know what level the Heavenly God Sword was at. "You're courting death." The Heavenly God Sword was furious. But at this moment, Long Chen looked at the Celestial Sword and said indifferently, "Stand down, retreat." The Heavenly God Sword was stunned. "We're friends. There's no need to ruin our friendship over such a small matter. Don't you agree, Brother Wolf?" Long Chen looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and smiled faintly. "Haha, you're more reasonable, kid." "That's right. We're all friends. Why do we have to make things so unpleasant? Maybe we'll have to rely on each other in the future." The White-Eyed Wolf laughed loudly. "Yes, harmony breeds wealth." Long Chen smiled slightly, looked at the Heavenly God Sword, and said, "Go and calm down first." Humph. The Heavenly God Sword coldly snorted and disappeared into Long Chen's body. Then, Long Chen walked in front of the White-Eyed Wolf and laughed, "Then let's go together. It's quite boring to be alone anyway. It's because I was afraid that you would be bored that I invited you to go together." The White-Eyed Wolf was also smiling. It was as if the friction from before had never happened. "Then shall we set off now?" Long Chen asked. "Of course." The White-Eyed Wolf nodded, glanced at the mountains and rivers below, and shook his head. "There's no need to stay in this place any longer. Let's go." With a wave of the White-Eyed Wolf's hand, the group of people immediately flew towards the exit of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. "What are you doing?" Princess Huafeng looked at the White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. He actually invited Long Chen to go together. Wasn't this tantamount to keeping a threat by their side? "You don't understand. Keeping him by our side is to make it easier to monitor him." The White-Eyed Wolf transmitted his voice. "Monitor?" Princess Huafeng was stunned. "Yes. Little Qinzi and the others are in the chaotic royal city. It wasn't easy for them to build a good relationship with the Divine King of Chaos. We can't let this guy ruin all our efforts." The White-Eyed Wolf secretly thought. "Do you mean that Long Chen might betray us?" Princess Huafeng was surprised and doubtful. "I don't know. But we have to be careful. If Long Chen really betrays us, then not only will we be in trouble, Little Qinzi and the others will also be in trouble." "Of course. This is only one of the reasons." The White-Eyed Wolf secretly smiled. Princess Huafeng was stunned and said in surprise, "There are other reasons?" "Yes. Think about it. Not only does Long Chen have the Heavenly God Sword, but he also has the other sovereign divine weapons of the dragons. With this strength, isn't it easy for him to subdue the sovereign divine weapons of the Tianzhong Divine Treasure? So, we can't give him this opportunity. After all, every sovereign divine weapon he subdues is a greater threat to us. Besides, just now, he said that he wants to find the epitome of the laws. Why would he want to find the epitome of the laws? It must be for the dragons. With his strength and the sovereign divine weapons in his hands, if we don't do anything, I'm afraid that when the time comes, he can't imagine how many epitomes of the laws he can get. If he's doing it for himself, I really can't be bothered. But for the dragons, can I allow it?" The White-Eyed Wolf explained. "I see." Princess Huafeng suddenly understood. Suddenly, she realized that she seemed to have underestimated the White-Eyed Wolf's ability. Once this guy became serious, it would make one's scalp go numb. "How is it?" Do you admire this brother now? You can't wait to repay me with your body? The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Huafeng sneakily. Shameless. Princess Huafeng rolled her eyes. But to be honest, after leaving Qin Feiyang and Madman, this guy was like a different person. Whether it was his brain or his methods, they were not on the same level. In fact, Princess Huafeng didn't know. The white-eyed wolf was originally very smart, but because he was usually with Qin Feiyang and the others, Qin Feiyang and the others would come up with ideas for him. There was no need for him to waste his energy. He was too lazy to waste his energy. Chaos Royal City. When Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Feng Tian Demon King rushed back to the Chaos Royal City, it was already 2 years later. Qin Feiyang and the others had been in the Chaos Royal City for almost 5 years. Outside the city, the number of undeads gathered had already reached tens of thousands, coming from all over the place. The heavenly tribulation in the sky had never stopped. Not to mention Qiao Shui and the others, even Snow White Queen and the others' sovereign divine weapons were already feeling tired. As for the Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons, they had already rested countless times. However, they didn't need to waste much time resting. Because when they rested, they would all go to the ancient castle. The ancient castle had the law of time of 5,000 years per day. Even if they rested for 8 to 10 years, only a short time would have passed outside. So overall, there wasn't any delay. When they returned to the Chaos Royal City, the 3 demon kings saw that Snow White Queen and the others' sovereign divine weapons were actually helping the undeads to pass the tribulation. The anger in their hearts grew even stronger. It was one thing for the Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City to help Qin Feiyang and the others, but now even the other demon kings were helping a group of people, and they didn't even try to hide it. They really couldn't figure it out. What kind of charm did these 2 little bastards have? Yo, isn't this the 3 demon kings? I didn't expect that you guys would be gone for more than 4 years. I really missed you guys a little. How is it? Did you successfully find the extreme young Thunderfire? When Li Zhongsheng saw the 3 of them return, he immediately went up to them with a fawning smile. Although on the surface it was fawning, the 3 demon kings could clearly see a trace of ridicule in Li Zhongsheng's eyes. Even such an ant dared to tease them now? The anger in their hearts almost made them lose their minds. Thanks to you guys, we have found the extreme young Thunderfire. Black Flame Demon King suppressed his anger and said, "That's good." Li Zhongsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Don't put on an act in front of us. Don't think that just because you have Qin Feiyang backing you up, you have the right to be arrogant with us, because at most, you can only be considered a dog beside Qin Feiyang and the madman. Black Flame Demon King's face was full of ridicule. Am I that arrogant? No. I am concerned about you guys, but you guys actually scolded me. How can you not know how to appreciate kindness? Li Zhongsheng's face was full of grievances. Since seeing the 3 of them in such a sorry state last time, the fear in his heart had disappeared. Black Flame Demon King clenched his fists. Sky Demon King patted Black Flame Demon King's shoulder and secretly said, "There is no need to compete with him, anyway, there will be time for them to cry in the future." True. Black Flame Demon King nodded with a smile, took out 3 extreme young Thunderfire, and said lightly, "Take it to your master." Okay. Li Zhongsheng ran toward the castle with the 3 extreme young Thunderfire, but suddenly patted his head and hurriedly stopped. He turned around and ran to the 3 of them, apologizing, "Sorry, I have been too busy recently and forgot that my master is in seclusion. I am afraid he has no time to help you guys refine pills." Seclusion. The 3 of them raised their eyebrows. Since he was in seclusion, then where did the undead outside the city get the undead barrier breaking pill from? Did they really think they were monkeys? It's true. I am not lying to you guys. My master is really in seclusion. Isn't this the inheritance of the law of cause and effect that Lord Divine King gave to my master? So my master is now fusing with this inheritance. Why don't you guys come back another day? Li Zhongsheng handed the 3 extreme young Thunderfire back to the 3 of them. What? Lord Divine King gave him an inheritance of the law of cause and effect. The 3 of them were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Yes. Not only my master, But the others also received an inheritance of the strongest law. Only Shui and I, Old Poison, is not so lucky. Why? Don't the three of you know about this? Li Zhongsheng was suspicious. The three of them looked at each other. They really didn't know. An inheritance of the strongest law for each of them. This was too extravagant. Why was Lord Divine King so good to them? Even these old subordinates couldn't compare to him. Bloodthirsty Demon King asked, when did this happen? After Lord Divine King transcended his tribulation. Speaking of this, Li Zhongsheng slapped his head hard and shook his head. Look at my memory. At that time, you guys had already gone out to look for the extreme young Thunderfire and didn't see it with your own eyes. Besides, you guys have been running around outside all these years, so it's not strange that you don't know. When the three of them heard this, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Because this was blatantly making fun of them. They were the first ones to look for the extreme young Thunderfire, but they still hadn't obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill. As for the undead outside, they slowly received the news later. Now, not only had many people obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill, but they had also successfully transcended their tribulations and began to enjoy a beautiful life. Chapter 38-32. Lords, I'm really sorry, but please wait for a while. Li Zhongsheng ignored the killing intent in their eyes and said apologetically. If it was before, he would never have had the guts. But now, he had Qin Feiyang behind him, and Qin Feiyang had the Divine King of Chaos behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Black Flame Demon King clenched his fists and pointed at the undead outside the city. Then where did their pills come from? Li Zhongsheng looked at the undead outside the city and said with a smile, this was refined by the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor also knows how to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill. The three of them were taken aback and felt even more astonished. It's my master who taught him. Li Zhongsheng smiled. Then call the Blood Ancestor out. Black Flame Demon King said. This, Li Zhongsheng was a little embarrassed. What? Now we are not even qualified to see the Blood Ancestor? The three of them were furious. This was too much. They had been making things difficult for them again and again. Did they really think they were made of mud? No, no. Li Zhongsheng hurriedly waved his hand and explained, the Blood Ancestor said that no one can disturb him when he is refining pills. Not to mention the three of you, even we are the same. So arrogant. Demon King Feng Tian sneered. There's no other way. After all, the Blood Ancestor is not Qin Feiyang. My master, Qin Feiyang, is humble and kind, but the Blood Ancestor is cruel and violent. We dare not offend him at all. The most important thing is, the Blood Ancestor has mastered 3 ultimate mysteries. Do you think a small character like me dares to disobey his orders? So, please be magnanimous and don't make things difficult for me. Li Zhongsheng smiled flatteringly. 3 ultimate mysteries? The three of them looked at each other and trembled slightly. In the past, the Blood Ancestor had only mastered 2 ultimate mysteries, the Law of Slaughter and the Law of Death. How did he master another one in just a few years? Oh, aren't they the 3 Demon Kings? Li Zhongsheng, what's wrong with you? Why don't you treat such distinguished guests well? At this moment, the Blood Ancestor walked out and immediately scolded Li Zhongsheng when he saw the 3 Demon Kings. I'm just afraid that they'll disturb your pill refining. Li Zhongsheng quickly ran over and said with a flattering smile. How can this be called a disturbance? It is our honor to have the 3 of you here. No matter how busy he is, we still have to treat him well. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare a seat, said the Blood Ancestor. The 3 Demon Kings couldn't help but frown. These words seemed to be complimenting them, but why did it sound so grating? They echoed each other. Playing with them on purpose? All right. Li Zhongsheng nodded and bowed. He took out 3 small stools and ran in front of the 3 Demon Kings. He said apologetically, Lords, I'm sorry. Our conditions are limited. I only have these small stools. I hope you don't mind. The 3 of them looked at the small bench in front of them. It was only half a foot tall, and it was as if they were sitting on the ground. Did sitting on top of it fit their statuses as Demon Kings? This was outrageous. This was a way to humiliate them. Demon King Feng Tian suppressed his anger and looked at the blood ancestor. Since Qin Feiyang is in seclusion, you can help us refine pills. Li Zhongsheng saw that the three of them ignored him and asked suspiciously, Lords, aren't you going to sit? Get lost. The three of them were instantly furious. Didn't he see that they were desperately suppressing the anger in their hearts? And he still came to provoke them. Did he not have eyes? Li Zhongsheng smiled awkwardly and immediately put away the small bench. He ran to the blood ancestor as if he was running for his life and said, You saw it too. It's not that I don't want to entertain them, it's that they don't appreciate it. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. They're big shots. This kind of small bench doesn't deserve their status. The blood ancestor shook his head. Li Zhongsheng pouted and muttered, So what if they're big shots? Didn't they still come to beg us? What did you say? The three demon kings glared at Li Zhongsheng. No, no. Li Zhongsheng hurriedly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, I told the blood ancestor that the three of you are tall, powerful, and handsome. You're simply dragons and phoenixes. Hearing this, not only the blood ancestor, Qiao Shui, Old Poison, Li Feng, but even the undead outside the city couldn't help but laugh. They had actually wanted to laugh for a long time, but they had been holding it in. After all, they were the three infamous demon kings. But now, they really couldn't hold it in. Because Li Zhongsheng's description was not appropriate at all. Demon King Feng Tian and Demon King Black Flame were very suitable to be described as tall, powerful, and handsome. Demon King Black Flame was 2 meters tall and was indeed worthy of the word tall and powerful. Demon King Feng Tian was not a good person, but he was indeed a little handsome. But Demon King Bloodthirsty was just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Was it really good to describe him like that? Are you guys done acting? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. A terrifying aura surged out from the scene. Li Zhongsheng and the blood ancestor looked at Demon King Feng Tian and saw that his face was extremely gloomy. If not, then you can continue. Demon King Feng Tian smiled ferociously. Qiao Shui exchanged a glance with the Old Poison and transmitted her voice, Old Li, blood ancestor, quit while you're ahead. Don't force these three into a corner and end up taking us down. I don't believe it. Are they really not afraid of death? Li Zhongsheng snorted. Don't challenge their bottom line. If they really lose their minds, do you think they will dare to do anything? Qiao Shui rolled her eyes at him. Li Zhongsheng's heart trembled as he glanced at the three demon kings. Looking at their state, they were indeed about to lose their minds. Demon King Black Flame took a deep breath and tried to suppress the killing intent in his heart. He looked at the blood ancestor and asked, Just one question, do you want to refine pills for us? They thought that the blood ancestor would be easier to talk to than Qin Feiyang. Because in their view, the blood ancestor was not as bold as Qin Feiyang, who dared to make things difficult for them again and again. However, the blood ancestor pondered for a moment and gave an unexpected answer. No. The blood ancestor shook his head. Say that again. The three demon kings clenched their fists. The blood ancestor said indifferently, I'll say it a few times. It's the same answer. I won't refine it for you. You're courting death. Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. Demon King Black Flame pressed down on Bloodthirsty Demon King, stared at the blood ancestor gloomily and said, Don't forget, you guys made a blood oath to help us refine pills. Yes. But that's not right. The blood ancestor chuckled. What do you mean? Demon King Black Flame raised his eyebrows. The one who promised to refine pills for you was Qin Feiyang, not this ancestor. So even if I don't refine pills for you, the wrath of heaven will not come to this ancestor. Moreover, this ancestor has no obligation to refine pills for you. Let's talk about it later. Although we promised to refine pills for you, we didn't say that we would refine them for you now. But you guys are different. If you dare to hurt this ancestor now, the blood oath will immediately come true. Are you confident in blocking the wrath of heaven? The blood ancestor looked at the three of them mockingly. The three of them clenched their hands together tightly. If looks could kill, the blood ancestor would have been killed. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will refine pills for you sooner or later. The blood ancestor smiled and comforted them. Okay. Very good. Even you dare to challenge us. Not bad at all. Continue to be arrogant, there will be time for you to cry in the future. The three demon kings suppressed their anger and turned around to leave without looking back. Their killing intent soared to the heavens. After all, these people had to pay the price. Beg you. The blood ancestor's face was full of sarcasm. Did they really think that the little conspiracy in their hearts would succeed? Just wait and see, let's see who will cry in the end. Obviously, the three demon kings were ready to start a plan to take revenge on Qin Feiyang and the others. In other words, they wanted to hunt down the white-eyed wolf and the others. But they didn't know that this was a scam. They were completely played by Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy are about to come out of seclusion. The blood ancestor looked at the ancient castle and smiled. Li Zhongsheng nodded. When they come out of seclusion, I will be able to relax. This alchemy is really not a job for humans. The blood ancestor shook his head. These 2 years had exhausted him quite a bit. Although the ancient castle had a time array and it didn't take much time to refine pills, when the undead outside needed pills, he had to refine them. Sometimes, he wanted to go into seclusion to comprehend the profound laws, but Xiao Shui suddenly sent a batch of herbs. What could he do? Throw them aside and not refine them? How was that possible? After all, the undead had paid him. As a businessman, how could he ignore his customers? So, it wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Another half a year passed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy came out of seclusion one after another, their faces glowing. They had finally grasped an ultimate profound law. How could they not be happy? Now, even when facing the Dragon King, Feng Hu, and the Qilin Lord, without the sovereign divine weapon, they already had the strength to protect themselves with their own strength. As for Yun Xiang, he had already grasped the Death Law's ultimate profound law. However, he didn't come out of seclusion and continued to comprehend other ultimate profound laws. Now, they didn't lack laws at all. They could have whatever they wanted. Unlike before, when they obtained a few laws, they still had to discuss and distribute them one by one. Originally, seeing that the blood ancestor and the others were managing the business in an orderly manner, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy also planned to continue comprehending other ultimate profound laws. But the blood ancestor didn't allow it. He directly dragged the two of them out. They had no choice but to take over again. As for the blood ancestor, after returning the business to Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, he dragged Li Feng and hid in the cultivation room. In any case, he didn't plan to walk out of the cultivation room again. Day after day, year after year. Ever since the primal chaos divine king opened the door of potential, he never appeared again. However, from time to time, everyone could feel a terrifying power of life and death in the hall. Snow Queen and the others also didn't appear. It seemed that after opening the door of potential, they all wanted to improve their strength by another step. Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Fengtian Demon King also didn't come to Qin Feiyang to refine pills. The undead outside the city were somewhat surprised. What was wrong with the 3 demon kings? They actually endured until now. This wasn't like their personalities. Chapter 38-33. Only Qin Feiyang and the others knew what the 3 devil kings were doing now. However, the failure of the 3 devil kings was already destined from the beginning. After receiving the news, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound had already changed their appearances. Even Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man had changed their appearances and aura to avoid trouble. Although Qin Feiyang didn't mention them back then, even if the 3 devil kings found them, they might be able to obtain some benefits from the 3 devil kings like Long Chen and the Sea Lion Emperor. But Qi Shaoyun didn't want to take advantage of this. Because if he got involved with the 3 devil kings, it would be fine if he handled it well. If he didn't handle it well, he might attract trouble instead. Therefore, instead of taking such a risk, it was better to keep a low profile and stay out of it, collecting the law miniatures in peace. If he was lucky, he might even be able to subdue a few sovereign weapons and greatly increase the strength of the Qilin clan. And now, the number of people in the Skybell Divine Treasure was increasing every day. After all these years, according to Qin Feiyang and the others, The number of undead who had successfully transcended the tribulation and were reincarnated as humans had already reached 50,000 to 60,000. Some of them had even started to form families and have children. As the number of humans continued to increase, Tan Wu and the others' identities were naturally better concealed. This was because even if they were to encounter the three devil kings, as long as they didn't reveal any flaws, they could still claim to be the undead of the Skybell Divine Treasure. Moreover, whether it was Tan Wu and the others or Qi Shaoyun and the others, none of them were easy to deal with. Therefore, it would be harder for the three devil kings to find them than to ascend to the heavens. White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The three devil kings didn't recognize them back then, and now it was even more impossible for them to guess that these two were the people they were looking for. On this day, it had been exactly 100 years since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Skybell Divine Treasure. 100 years. For the first 20 years, he had been adventuring outside. For the next 80 years, he had been in the Chaos Royal City, never leaving. Apart from Qiao Shui, who was responsible for keeping records, no one knew how many lore miniatures he had obtained. As for the Heaven Bell Divine Treasures Extreme Young Lightning Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and God of Death Fruit, after years of frantic searching, they had become extremely scarce. It was precisely because of this that the number of undead creatures that came to trade with Qin Feiyang and the others gradually decreased. After all, without the herbs, even if Qin Feiyang was given more lore miniatures, he would not be able to refine it. On the city wall, Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the decreasing number of undead outside and felt very anxious. If these undead couldn't find the herbs, they wouldn't be able to trade with them. How much less would they be able to earn from the lore miniatures? Old Qin, is there any way to solve the problem of the lack of medicinal herbs? Madman frowned. Yes. Enter the Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Black Tortoise World had these herbs. This was because the Devil's Land wasn't the only place that had a large number of them. Many of them could also be found in the Central Province and the 4 major regions. Aren't you just wasting your breath? Madman rolled his eyes. If they could enter the Black Tortoise World, would this still be a problem? Qin Feiyang sighed. In the end, these undead haven't realized the importance of medicinal herbs. All these years, they only cared about searching and never thought of protecting and cultivating these herbs. Although that's the case, there are still some problems. Yin Yang Wood and God of Death Fruit can be cultivated, but Extreme Young Lightning Fire needs to be slowly born in a special environment. It is equivalent to being born from heaven and earth. Even if it can be cultivated, it can't be done in a short period of time. The madman shook his head. In any case, we definitely can't help with this matter. They can only rely on themselves. As for us, we have already earned a lot of lore miniatures over the years. Even if no one comes to trade with us in the future, this trip to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure can be considered a complete success. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. It wasn't that he was heartless, but that there was really no other way. As the madman said, although the God of Death Fruit and Yin Yang Wood could be artificially cultivated, it was too difficult to artificially cultivate Extreme Young Lightning Fire. Take time as an example. Extreme Young Lightning Fire would take at least a few thousand years to form. After a few thousand years, they would have already left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. All right, don't force it, let nature take its course. The madman nodded and smiled in relief. At this time, Qiao Shui walked to Qin Feiyang's side and handed Qin Feiyang a Chenkuan bag. She smiled and said, a total of 50 sets of herbs. Go and refine them right away. Qin Feiyang smiled and took the Chenkuan bag. He was about to enter the ancient castle. Clang. But at this time, a loud and clear sound of a bell exploded in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up at the sky. They couldn't help but have a trace of bewilderment on their faces. What's that sound? Li Zhongxing and the others, as well as the undead outside, also looked up at the sky with suspicion. Old Qin, don't you find this sound familiar? The madman's pupils suddenly shrank as he asked. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The loud sound shook the world, lingering in the air. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This seemed to be The sound of the sky bell. When the sky bell divine treasure descended on Sky Cloud Island, it also made this sound. It's the sound of the sky bell. The madman nodded. What's going on? Why would the sound of the sky bell suddenly sound here? Da. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the blood ancestor, Azure Dragon, Yun Xiang, Li Feng, and Daifuku also quickly walked out of the ancient castle and looked up at the sky. Looking at the eyes of the blood ancestor and Azure Dragon, they seemed to know something, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. Whoosh! At the same time, Snow Queen and the other demon kings also walked out of their respective halls. They looked up at the sky and frowned. Feiyang, this matter is very unusual. Suddenly, the death god's sword's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Phoenix Sword just contacted me and said that she also heard this bell sound. The death god's sword said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. What's wrong? The madman looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, Fire Phoenix Sword contacted the death god's sword and said that they also heard this bell sound. It can't be. Could it be that the white-eyed wolf and the others are near the primal chaos royal city? The madman immediately scanned the outside of the city. No. They have already reached the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, which is dozens of years away from here. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Impossible. How can they hear it from so far away? The madman was surprised. There's only one explanation. This bell sound resounds throughout the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasury. No matter where you are, whether it's a human or an undead, you can hear this bell sound. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The madman raised his eyebrows and said, then quickly contact Tan Wu and Qi Xiaoyun and ask if they heard it. But before Qin Feiyang could speak, the death god's sword said, Tan Wu and Qi Xiaoyun's sovereign divine weapon contacted me one after another and said that they heard this bell sound. They all heard it. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that it was as he had guessed. This bell sound had spread throughout the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Clang. Suddenly, the bell rang again, deafening everyone's ears. The Blood Ancestor and Azure Dragon looked at each other and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman with a sullen face. Seeing this, Yun Xiang and the others also followed over suspiciously. Ancestor, Senior, do you know something? Qin Feiyang asked. I'm not sure yet. Let's wait a little longer. The Blood Ancestor shook his head and looked up at the sky. A moment later, the third bell sound echoed and didn't calm down for a long time. What's going on? The Blood Ancestor whispered with a face full of surprise. It's indeed strange. Azure Dragon also had a puzzled look. You guys get ready. The Divine King is in seclusion, so don't disturb him. I'll send you guys away. The voice of the primal chaos royal city suddenly sounded from a certain part of the city. What? Send us away? Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. Wasn't it only 100 years? Why was it sending them away? That's right. The third bell sound is the time for us outsiders to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. But why is this? The last time we entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, it was 1,000 years. Why is it only 100 years this time? The Blood Ancestor frowned. Only then did Qin Feiyang and the madman understand. It turned out that when the bell sounded, it meant that their training was over. The madman asked, Ancestor, is there a rule in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury that it must be 1,000 years? This time, I've only entered twice. I don't know if there was such a rule in the past. But the last time it was 1,000 years and this time it's 100 years. Isn't the difference too big? The Blood Ancestor frowned with a puzzled expression. Wait, could it be that the Divine Kingdom invaded the Sky Cloud Realm in advance? Lord Feather Emperor and the others couldn't resist, so they begged the Sky Bell Divine Treasury to let us go back in advance. Yun Xiang said in surprise. This. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What Yun Xiang said wasn't impossible. Although the Sky Cloud Realm had the Feather Emperor, Dragon King, Feng Hu, the Chilean Master, and the Little Rabbit, the ruler weapons of the Sky Cloud Realm had been brought to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Even the ruler weapons of the Demon Palace, Deity Palace, and Sky Palace had come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. In other words, the current Sky Cloud realm didn't even have a single ruler weapon. Therefore, if the Divine Kingdom really invaded in advance, even the Feather Emperor and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Qin Fei Yang and the others couldn't help but start to worry. Although it was just a guess, it was the only explanation at the moment. The Divine Kingdom had arrived in advance, and the Feather Emperor and the others didn't have a ruler weapon. This would be a great catastrophe for the Sky Cloud realm. Qin Fei Yang asked, "Senior, how long will it take to rush to the exit now? If it's you, it'll take at least 30 to 40 years, but this sovereign will personally escort you, so it'll only take 8 or 9 years at most." The Primal Chaos Royal City said. 8 or 9 years. Qin Fei Yang's expression froze. If the Divine Kingdom had already arrived in the Sky Cloud realm, it was hard to imagine what would happen in 8 or 9 years. Madman asked, "Is there no faster way?" "No. Unless we can break the rules." But the Sky Bell Divine Treasury's rules of not being able to teleport, even this sovereign and the Divine King can't break it. The Primal Chaos Royal City replied. Chapter 38-34. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and prepare. Madman urged. What about us? The undead outside the city immediately fell into chaos. Madman sighed, how can we still care about you now? But we have already prepared the herbs. I beg you, please help us refine the medicinal pills before you leave. The undead outside the city all knelt in the air. Because as long as Qin Fei Yang and the others left, it meant that they would never be able to get rid of their undead bodies. It wasn't easy to see hope, so they didn't want to miss it. When Madman saw this scene, he couldn't bear it and couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Fei Yang. With so many undead kneeling in front of him, how could he be indifferent? Hence, Qin Fei Yang felt very uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. Yun Xiang scratched his head and looked at Qin Fei Yang and Madman. Don't be so nervous. It was just my guess and might not be true. Maybe there are other reasons. If he knew that it would cause chaos, he wouldn't have said it. Whether it is true or not, we have to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure now. After all, the bell has already rung. Even if we want to stay, the Sky Bell Divine Treasure won't allow it. Blood Ancestor shook his head. Let them enter the city. There are still 8 to 9 years, enough for you to help them pass the tribulation. Suddenly, the Primal Chaos Divine King's voice echoed in the hall. What? Snow White Queen and the others turned to look at the hall. So many undead were allowed to enter the Primal Chaos Royal City. This was the first time in history. The Primal Chaos Royal City was also surprised. However, they didn't go against the Primal Chaos Divine King's wishes and said to the undead outside the city, then come in, but don't run around. Leave immediately after the tribulation. Thank you. The undead outside the city were extremely grateful and immediately rushed into the Primal Chaos Royal City. Thank you, Senior Divine King. Qin Fei Yang also looked at the hall and sincerely thanked him. No need. The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure are my people. You helped them refine pills and pass the tribulation. I should be the one thanking you. The Divine King of Chaos smiled faintly. Qin Fei Yang and the madman looked at each other. This Divine King was indeed not bad, but they didn't know if they would have the chance to see the Divine King's face under that mask. Very soon, all of the dead spirits had entered the Chaos Royal City. There was no confusion at all. Everyone quietly stayed in the city, waiting for the pills and the tribulation. The Chaos Royal City was very satisfied with this. Then I'll leave it to you. Qin Fei Yang looked at the Primal Chaos Royal City and clasped his hands. Boom. Accompanied by the shaking of the heavens and earth, the Chaos Royal City rose from the ground and turned into a stream of light that shot towards the exit of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. Although the speed was very fast, Qin Fei Yang and the others who were standing on the city wall did not feel the slightest bump. Old Qin, do you think it's possible that we were chased away in advance because we obtained too many nomological miniatures in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Madman suddenly frowned and asked. Huh. As soon as these words came out, not only Qin Fei Yang, but the Blood Ancestor and the others who were about to leave also turned their heads to look at Madman. Maybe that's possible. Yun Xiang pondered for a while and nodded. No. But Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head. Why not? Yun Xiang and Madman were suspicious. If that's the case, the Sky Bell will definitely ask us to hand over the nomological miniatures and then directly expel us. But it didn't do that. So, it should have nothing to do with the nomological miniatures. I quite believe Yun Xiang's guess. It's Little Rabbit and the others who are outside begging the Sky Bell to let us go out in advance. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Everyone nodded. Madman looked up at the sky and roared, Sky Bell, can you tell us if the people of the Divine Kingdom came to the Sky Cloud Realm in advance? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and looked up at the sky again. However, the Sky Bell didn't pay attention to them at all. I thought it was easy to talk to, but it turns out that it's also an old fogey. It's so troublesome to let the Primal Chaos Royal City send us. It's better to let it directly throw us back to the Sky Cloud Realm. Madman pursed his lips. Enough. It's a favor for others to help us, but it's their duty not to help us. Besides, it's already a great favor to let us leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure in advance. Now we can only pray that the Sky Cloud Realm will be safe and sound. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at Xiao Shui and the others. Let's move, don't waste time. In another place. Feng Tian Demon Theta Wang and the others stood above a giant peak and also looked up at the sky. How could this be? It ended early. Now, there's no news of Qin Feiyang's companions and they want to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Bloodthirsty Demon King's body had been reconstructed. Obviously. He had been cultivating in the time array all these years. Black Flame Demon King suddenly roared, who cares about his companions now? Hurry back and ask them for the undead barrier breaking pill. That's right. We haven't gotten the undead barrier breaking pill yet. How can we let them leave like this? Bloodthirsty Demon King patted his head, his face full of anxiety. The three of them immediately turned around and flew away. Wait. It's possible that the Primal Chaos Royal City is already escorting them to the exit. Quickly contact the Primal Chaos Royal City and ask about the situation. Feng Tian Demon King suddenly stopped and looked at the two of them. Black Flame Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King were stunned and immediately let their respective sovereign weapons contact the Primal Chaos Royal City. Soon. They got a reply. They really have already escorted them to the exit. Feng Tian Demon King frowned. Black Flame Demon King glanced around and said, Don't worry, our current position is closer to the exit than them. Let's rush to the path they must pass and wait for them. Okay. The two nodded. The three of them immediately turned around and disappeared into the horizon like lightning. At the same time, Tan Wu, Fire Qilin, Hell Godhound, Qi Shaoyun, and Whitebeard also received the news and rushed to the exit under the lead of their respective sovereign weapons. This made them very surprised as well. Originally, they had wanted to find some law miniatures or subdue a few sovereign divine weapons while they were on their way. However, when they learned of Qin Feiyang's guess, they didn't dare to be careless. Because they also knew the seriousness of the problem. If the Divine Kingdom really arrived in advance, the Qilin clan without a sovereign weapon would definitely be destroyed. 2 years later, Bloodthirsty Demon Theta Wang and the others finally waited for the Primal Chaos Divine King. After 2 years, there were only about 2,000 undead left in the Primal Chaos Royal City. The rest had already successfully transcended their tribulations and left the Primal Chaos Royal City. Looking at the remaining 2,000 undead, the three Devil Kings frowned. Not only did he personally escort Qin Feiyang and the others out of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, he also allowed so many undead to enter the city. This Divine King was too good to Qin Feiyang and the others. This time, the three of them restrained themselves. Arriving in front of the ancient castle, they silently stood outside the door, waiting for Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang had made a blood oath to give them the undead barrier breaking pill before leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, if they didn't guard here, it would seem like they didn't have a sense of security. Finally, Qin Feiyang finished refining the last batch of undead barrier breaking pills and walked out of the ancient castle. He handed them to Xiao Shui and didn't even look at the three Devil Kings. This made the three Devil Kings very annoyed. Cough cough. Devil King Black Flame coughed forcefully and could only take the initiative to make his presence known. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the three of them. Qin Feiyang, look, you're about to leave the Skybell Divine Treasury. The pills you promised us should be honored. Yes. It was our fault in the past. We were narrow-minded and targeted you repeatedly. Now, we apologize to you. I hope you won't take it to heart. The three hesitated for a moment and finally put down their attitude and said with a pleading expression. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them silently. To be honest, if it weren't for this sudden change, he would really want to play with the three of them. But now, he was worried about the safety of the Sky Cloud realm. He really wasn't in the mood. Don't worry. Before leaving the Skybell Divine Treasury, I will definitely give it to you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he entered the ancient castle and went into seclusion to comprehend the law of life and death. There were still 5 or 6 years left. According to the time array in the ancient castle, there were still 10 million years left. In 10 million years, he should be able to comprehend the supreme profoundness of the law of life and death. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have this confidence, but it was different now. Since listening to the Primal Chaos Divine King's explanation last time, his comprehension of the law of life and death had reached a new level. He didn't dare to speak about the ultimate profoundness, but he had 100% confidence in the supreme profoundness of the law of life and death. Seeing Qin Feiyang enter the ancient castle without looking back, the three devil kings couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. They had already lowered their posture and spoke humbly, but he still didn't give it to them. Good. Just you wait. Before leaving the Skybell Divine Treasury, I will definitely make you suffer a pain worse than death. The three of them silently retreated and entered a large hall. Feng Tian Demon King looked at Black Flame Demon King and transmitted his voice. Immediately tell the Devil Castle to contact Sword God and have Long Chen and the others wait at the exit. That's right. Qin Feiyang's companions must be on their way to the exit now. As long as Long Chen and the others wait at the exit, they will definitely be able to see them. Bloodthirsty Demon King nodded with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Feng Tian Demon King secretly said, also, tell Long Chen to keep their corpses. I want to let Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist, these two little bastards, see their miserable deaths with their own eyes. Okay. Black Flame Demon King nodded and immediately secretly instructed the Devil Castle. If Qin Feiyang knew about this, he would definitely laugh and shake his head. Even now, he was still acting like a fool. Directly to the west. One after another, giant peaks towered into the sky, emitting a majestic aura. In this area, there were a total of 10,000 giant peaks. The lowest was tens of thousands of feet tall, like a giant sword that towered into the dark clouds. However, like other places, it was hard to find vegetation and was incomparably desolate. This was the Myriad Peaks Ridge. The Myriad Peaks Ridge was also named after these 10,000 giant peaks. In the center, there stood a giant peak that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The peak of the mountain was as flat as a knife, and the ground was covered with a layer of black stones. Each stone was full of traces left behind by time. In the center of the mountain peak, there was a black stone door. The stone door was about 100 feet tall and was completely black, emitting an ancient and cold aura. This was the exit of the Skybell Divine Treasury. Chapter 38-35. However, the stone door was closed and had yet to open. In front of the stone door, a group of people looked at the stone door, their faces full of anxiety. It was White-Eyed Wolf and his group. Long Chen was no exception. He didn't care about the safety of the dragons. Because he was born as a dragon of the ancient world. And the dragons of the ancient world had nothing to do with the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm. Therefore, he didn't have any sense of belonging to the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm. But Long Zun and his daughter were both dragons. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry about the safety of Long Zun and his sister. The exit hasn't opened yet, so it's useless for us to worry. While Qin Feiyang and the others haven't arrived yet, everyone should hurry up and comprehend the profound laws. The yellow-robed old man in the land of the buried gods spoke. With a wave of his hand, he set up a time array and integrated it into the ground under his feet. That's right. Instead of worrying here, it's better to calm down and cultivate diligently. Although it won't be long before Qin Feiyang and the others arrive, every little bit counts. Sea Lion Emperor nodded. Heard of it. Everyone calmed down the impatience in their hearts and sat cross-legged on the ground one after another. But at this moment, Long Chen raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? White-eyed Wolf stood beside Long Chen and noticed Long Chen's abnormality. He asked suspiciously. Long Chen and Sky God Sword secretly communicated for a while before looking up at White-eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng. He shook his head and smiled. The three demon kings still haven't reacted. What do they want to do? White-eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng were curious. They want us to kill the two of you here, as well as Tan Wu, Hellhound, and Fire Chilin. They also said that they want to keep your corpses for Qin Feiyang and Madman to see. Long Chen shook his head. The plan is a good one. After all, now that we're leaving the Skybell Divine Treasure, no matter who it is, they will come to the exit. Princess Huafeng nodded and smiled with appreciation. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree stump is indeed a brilliant plan. Unfortunately, they found the wrong person. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at Princess Huafeng and Long Chen. He smiled mischievously and said, "Why don't we put on a good show for him? After all, they put in a lot of effort to kill us. We should at least give them something in return." What show? Princess Huafeng was suspicious. The ingrate moved closer to the two of them and whispered into their ears. As Princess Huafeng and Long Chen listened to the white-eyed wolf's plan, their expressions gradually became strange. In the end, when the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, both of them could not help but roll their eyes. Perhaps only this fellow could come up with such a rotten idea. As time passed. Chaos Imperial City. The last undead successfully transcended the tribulation. Please thank Brother Qin on my behalf. If I have the chance to come to the Skybell Divine Treasury again, this old man will definitely repay his kindness today. This undead was an old man. He looked at Li Zhongxing and the others with gratitude. Okay. When he comes out of seclusion, we will tell him. You take care too. Qiao Shui smiled. Then we'll meet again. The old man cupped his hands and flew into the sky. He flew out of the Chaos Imperial City at lightning speed, but he did not leave immediately. He stood in the void and watched as the Chaos Imperial City left. He muttered, "Good people will be rewarded. The heavens will bless you." The old man bowed in the direction of the Chaos Imperial City before turning to leave. On the city wall, Li Zhongxing, Qiao Shui, and the old poison looked at each other. They were finally done with their work. All these years, they were undoubtedly the most tired ones. Because there was no time array outside, they were basically busy every day. Just think about it. After being busy for more than 80 years, even if they were made of iron, they would not be able to take it. However, they persevered. On one hand, Qin Feiyang and the others would come to help when they were free. On the other hand, they were grateful to Qin Feiyang for giving them a new lease on life. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the ruler's divine weapons and cupped their hands. Thank you, lords. If not for the help of these rulers' divine weapons, they would not have been able to help so many undead undergo their tribulation. Naturally, they would not have been able to earn so many law miniatures. The 6 rulers' divine weapons were very cold. They did not say a word and directly turned to leave. We have been together for more than 80 years. Why are they still so cold? Li Zhongxing muttered. Don't think that we have grasped the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws and have rulers' divine weapons. In front of them, we are nothing. Qiao Shui shook her head and smiled bitterly. This was because of Qin Feiyang and the others. Otherwise, not to mention working with the 6 rulers' divine weapons for so many years, they would not even be able to see them. Ignore them. As long as you follow Qin Feiyang with peace of mind, believe in this sovereign. The rulers' divine weapons beside you will surpass them sooner or later. And with your own strength, this sovereign cannot guarantee that you will surpass the divine king of primal chaos in the future, but surpassing the demon kings is easy. The Ice Phoenix sword and the other rulers' divine weapons landed in front of the 3 of them and said domineeringly, "En. Xiao Shui nodded and smiled. It's been hard on you guys. Looking at these rulers' divine weapons, Xiao Shui's heart ached. Although she and Li Zhongxing were tired, at least they did not have to face the heavenly tribulation. But Ice Phoenix Sword and the other rulers' divine weapons had to fight against the heavenly tribulation at all times. One had to know. This was a heavenly tribulation, not a game. The pressure these rulers' divine weapons had to face every day was obvious. It's fine. It's been hard on you guys too. However, I still have to trouble you guys a little more. Categorize all the law miniatures, sort them out, and hand them over to Qin Fei Yang. Ice Phoenix Sword laughed. Okay. Xiao Shui nodded. Whoosh. The 10 rulers' divine weapons flew into the castle with a whoosh and disappeared. Xiao Shui and the other two looked at each other, put away the table and chairs, and entered the castle hall. They comfortably brewed a pot of tea, drank tea, and sorted out the law miniatures. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Myriad Peaks Ridge, the Black Flame Demon Castle suddenly received news from the Heavenly God Sword. The White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Fire Phoenix had died in the Myriad Peaks Ridge, and as the 3 Demon Kings wished, they kept their corpses. Upon hearing this news, the Black Flame Demon Theta Wang and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they became abnormally excited. They finally killed Qin Fei Yang's 2 companions. They did not doubt the authenticity of the news. Even now, they couldn't wait to rush to the Myriad Peaks Ridge. Because they already couldn't wait to see the scene of Qin Fei Yang and Madman looking at the 2 corpses with their own eyes, that scene of inconsolable grief. Although they had only killed the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Fire Phoenix, in their opinion, it was already worth it to give Long Chen and the others the law inheritance and law miniatures. Another period of time passed. The Heavenly God Sword sent news again. It told the 3 Demon Kings that Tan Wu, the Infernal Divine Hound, and the Fire Chelene had been killed one after another. Their corpses were now in the plaza at the entrance of the Skybell Divine Treasure. The 3 Demon Kings were undoubtedly even more excited. In the next few years, whenever they looked at the ancient castle, a bright smile would appear on their faces. But was that really the case? Perhaps only the White-Eyed Wolf and the others knew. As for the Fire Chelene, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound, since the Heavenly God Sword had already sent out this news, it must have rushed to the entrance of the Skybell Divine Treasure. Time was like sand between the fingers. That evening, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the ancient castle. This was the aura of the law of life and death. With the emergence of this aura, everyone was awakened from their seclusion, including the Divine King of Primal Chaos. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. Snow Queen and the others were the first to appear. They stood above the city and looked at the ancient castle, their eyes filled with shock. Was this a sign of a breakthrough? Following closely, the Black Flame Demon Theta Wang and the others also appeared, their faces filled with shock. This aura, how could it be the law of life and death? Because they didn't know that Qin Fei Yang had also grasped the law of life and death, they all thought that it was an illusion. Although Frenzy and the others didn't walk out of the ancient castle, they were all gathered in the main hall of the ancient castle, nervously waiting for Qin Fei Yang's appearance. The law of life and death was different from other laws. Even if it was only comprehending the law of life and death, it was enough to shock the world. Boom! The law of life and death became even more terrifying, like huge waves surging above the ancient castle. It really is the law of life and death. What is going on? Among them, there is actually someone who has grasped the law of life and death. The bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang found it hard to believe. As an expert of their level, they naturally knew how terrifying the law of life and death was. Using the simplest example, the Divine King of Primal Chaos could become the ruler of the Skybell Divine Treasure because she grasped the law of life and death. Because she grasped the law of life and death, the Divine King of Primal Chaos was recognized by the Primal Chaos Royal City. With the Primal Chaos Royal City following and protecting her, no matter how hard the 10 Demon Kings tried, they couldn't shake her position in the Skybell Divine Treasure. Of course, this couldn't deny the strength of the Divine King of Primal Chaos. At this moment, another person who grasped the law of life and death actually appeared. And it was their opponent. One could imagine how bad the three demon kings' mood was. Who is it? The three demon kings suddenly looked at Snow White Queen and the others. I don't know. The six of them shook their heads. You really don't know? The three demon kings didn't believe it. They had sent their sovereign weapons to help Qin Feiyang. How could they not know the background of this group of people? The six demon kings looked at the law of life and death in the sky above the ancient castle and remained silent. The law of life and the law of death, these two forces that were originally incompatible like fire and water, were now connected by blood in the sky above the ancient castle. There were no signs of rejection. Terrifying auras crazily surged in the surroundings. Although this aura wasn't very strong in their eyes, there was a sense of oppression that couldn't be ignored. This was the oppression from the law of life and death. The law of life and death surpassed all other laws. Thus, any law would be suppressed in front of the law of life and death. No one could escape this. The law of life and death was the king of all laws in the world. Suddenly, the law of life and death in the sky above the ancient castle condensed into a huge boundary. The boundary was alternating between black and white, and a huge dragon coiled above it. This huge dragon was also condensed from the law of life and death. Whether it was its eyes or the dragon's scales on its body, they were half white and half black, giving off a sense of danger. Supreme profound, life and death divine domain. Who is it? Bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang and the others opened their eyes wide in anger. They didn't expect it to evolve into a supreme profound. If it was the first or second profound, they could still accept it. However, the supreme profound was only one step away from the ultimate profound. The current divine king of primal chaos had only reached this level. Chapter 38-36. At this moment, Madman and the others also ran out of the castle and looked up at the life and death dominion in the sky. How enviable! Madman muttered. He could clearly sense that the supreme profundities of the various supreme laws were as insignificant as ants in front of the life and death dominion. There's nothing to be envious about. Yun Xiang shook his head and sighed. Who didn't want the laws of life and death? But in this world, how many people could activate the laws of life and death? Blood Ancestor chuckled. Work hard, it's not like you don't have a chance. Chance? Madman smiled bitterly. If it was something else, he was confident that he could do it if Qin Feiyang could. But only the laws of life and death made him feel powerless. Because in these years of seclusion, he had tried to comprehend the laws of life and death. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't step into the threshold. He couldn't even step into the threshold, let alone comprehend the laws of life and death. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Azure Dragon's face was full of smiles. Madman looked at Blood Ancestor and Azure Dragon and said, "Why do you look happier than us?" Of course. Qin Feiyang is the descendant of the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor. How can I not be happy to see him have such achievements? Azure Dragon smiled. Blood Ancestor said confidently, in time, this child will definitely surpass the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor and become the #1 leader of the human race. Why didn't it include you? Are you still confident that old Qin won't be able to surpass you in the future? Madman looked at him teasingly. Hearing this, Blood Ancestor's face darkened. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Hee. Madman bared his teeth. It's not them. Could it be, at the same time? When Madman and the others came out of the castle, the three demon kings had been staring at them. But in the end, they found that the source of the laws of life and death wasn't these people. Everyone around Qin Feiyang had come out at this moment. Only Qin Feiyang himself was still in the castle. Therefore, a terrifying thought crawled in the minds of the three demon kings. Could it be that the person who controlled the laws of life and death was Qin Feiyang? This was the last thing they wanted to see. It could be the blood progenitor, the Azure Dragon, or even Yun Xiang, but it couldn't be Qin Feiyang or the mad scientist. There was only one reason: the two of them were too arrogant in front of them. They didn't want to see the two of them become stronger. Furthermore, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they could see that Qin Feiyang and the madman had the best relationship. They weren't blood brothers, so no matter who controlled the law of life and death, it would be a fatal threat to them. However, the person who controlled the laws of life and death was Qin Fei Yang. This was something they found hard to accept. Ding! Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, the giant dragon formed by the power of life and death immediately shattered the sky. With a monstrous aura, it roared at the three demon kings. Madman and the others were stunned and quickly turned their heads to look. Only then did they realize that all 9 demon kings were there. Immediately after, they looked at bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang and the others with a trace of playfulness in their eyes. Qin Fei Yang was obviously deliberately provoking the 3 of them. If the 3 of them couldn't help but attack them, they would be punished by the heavens and be destroyed. This way, they could get rid of these 3 disasters before leaving. Sure enough, when the 3 demon kings saw this scene, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Even now, he was still provoking them. Boom! Demon King Black Flame waved his hand and the ultimate meaning of the law of death was activated. The 18 layers of hell were like the birth of a demon king, and the aura of death immediately enveloped the entire city. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 18 layers of hell and the giant dragon collided. One was an ultimate meaning, the other was only a supreme meaning, but the 2 were in a stalemate in the void. What? Madman and Yun Xiang's eyes widened. They knew that the law of life and death was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. A mere supreme meaning was actually able to compete with the ultimate meaning of the law of death, and it was even on par with it. This was too ridiculously strong. Where was the justice? Boom! After a few seconds of stalemate, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud bang, the 2 ultimate meanings shattered at the same time. In other words, the 2 were really evenly matched. This is the power of the law of life and death. Even Blood Ancestor was dumbfounded. No one in the Sky Cloud realm had ever activated the law of life and death, so no one knew its true power. This was the first time he witnessed it with his own eyes. This was really beyond imagination. According to his thinking, no matter how strong the law of life and death was, it could at most crush other ultimate meanings of the same level. For example, the first ultimate meaning of the law of life and death crushed the first ultimate meaning of other ultimate laws. The supreme meaning of the law of life and death crushed the supreme meaning of other ultimate laws. But he never expected that it could actually fight across realms. If the supreme meaning was comparable to the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, then how terrifying would the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death be? It was hard to imagine. You are simply courting death. Demon King Black Flame stared at the ancient castle on the city wall with murderous intent. Don't be impulsive. They are about to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, and the Blood Oath is about to lose its effect. If you make a move now, you will be obliterated by the Blood Oath. Moreover, didn't their companions die in the Myriad Peaks Ridge? As Long Chen said, compared to killing Qin Fei Yang, watching him witness the pain and despair of his companions dying is more satisfying. Demon King Feng Tian and Bloodthirsty Demon King saw that the situation wasn't good and quickly stopped Demon King Black Flame. When Demon King Black Flame heard this, a sneer flashed in his eyes. With a thought, he quickly retracted his aura. Madman and the others were surprised. He could actually endure it. They were a little disappointed. Tap, at this moment. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Qin Fei Yang walked out of the ancient castle step by step. He looked up at the life and death dominion, his eyes filled with shock. Even he didn't expect that the supreme meaning of the law of life and death would be so powerful that it could compete with the supreme meaning of an ultimate law. In other words, he had indirectly grasped the ultimate meaning of an ultimate law. Coupled with the ultimate meaning of the law of cause and effect, he should be able to fight against people like Dragon King. Aya, let's break off our friendship in the future. Madman shook his head. Qin Fei Yang turned to look at Madman. What did he mean by that? You have become so strong, how can I still have the face to continue being brothers with you? Madman sighed. When Qin Fei Yang heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the life and death dominion dissipated. That's it. Madman was stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be comforting him? What else do you want? Me kneeling and begging you? Brother, don't go. How can we continue being brothers? Qin Feiyang angrily glared at him. This is not impossible. Why don't you kneel and beg me to take a look? Madman smiled. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face turned black. He really wanted to drown this bastard with his spit. Swoosh. Suddenly, bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang flew over and landed in front of everyone. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Three Lords. How have you been? Thanks to you, we are doing very well." Feng Tian Demon King chuckled. What's the situation? Why is his attitude so friendly? Madman and the others were surprised. This wasn't the style of the three Demon Kings. Feng Tian Demon King said, "We are about to reach the Myriad Peaks Ridge. Shouldn't you give us the promised undead breakthrough pill?" "We are about to reach the Myriad Peaks Ridge?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Yes. There are still at most 3 days left." Feng Tian Demon King nodded. "I didn't expect to spend so much time in seclusion this time." Qin Feiyang muttered. "I really want to beat you up. The supreme profound of the law of life and death. Not to mention a few years, even if it takes decades, centuries, or even thousands of years, I am willing." Madman stared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. However, although it had only been a few years outside, tens of millions of years had passed in the castle. If it took tens of millions of years to comprehend the supreme profound, then how long would it take to comprehend the ultimate profound? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. But fortunately, there was no need to rush to comprehend the ultimate profound of the law of life and death. Because, the ultimate profound of the law of cause and effect, plus the supreme profound of the law of life and death, as well as the ultimate profound of the law of light that the white-eyed wolf left for him, was enough for him to stand at the peak of the sky cloud realm. Moreover, things like the profound of the law of life and death also depended on fate and luck. What if he suddenly had an epiphany and directly comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of life and death? This wasn't impossible. Cough cough. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others treating him like air again, Feng Tian Demon King coughed in anger out of humiliation. Qin Feiyang regained his senses and looked at Feng Tian Demon King with a smile. "Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a gentleman, I am not a villain either. Of course, I will do what I promised you." In fact, he was hinting that compared to the three of them, he was simply a good person. "That's good." Feng Tian Demon King nodded with a smile. He also heard the ridicule in Qin Feiyang's words, but when he thought about how they were about to reach the Myriad Peaks Ridge and see Qin Feiyang's painful appearance, he was too lazy to be angry. Then, "Please wait for a moment." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and led a group of people into the ancient castle. Along with a rumbling sound, the door was tightly shut. It seems that this is the reason why the Divine King likes him so much. Bloodthirsty Demon King whispered. After all, he is the second person besides the Divine King to open the law of life and death. Black Flame Demon King nodded. He really wanted to get rid of this kid, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the opportunity. As the Demon King of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he had never been so aggrieved like now. With their strength, killing anyone was just a matter of waving their hands. However, this group of ants was clearly standing in front of them, but they couldn't do anything. Snow White Queen and the others looked at each other, shook their heads, smiled, and left. He was indeed a monster. They were also glad that they didn't choose to be enemies with this person like Theta Wang and the others. Otherwise, not to mention opening the door of potential, there might be another terrifying enemy in the future. No. It wasn't a strong enemy. Because when Qin Feiyang comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, they wouldn't even be qualified to be Qin Feiyang's opponent. At the same time, in the main hall, the Divine King of Primal Chaos closed his eyes again. "Little guy, you didn't disappoint me. Continue to work hard." Chapter 38-37. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang sat in the hall and looked at Xiao Shue's group with a smile. "Tell me, how many nomological miniatures did you obtain this time? Aren't you going to refine pills for them first?" Li Zhongsheng asked. "There's no hurry. Besides, I've cheated them twice in a row. Now that I have ready-made pills, there's no need to refine them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile while making tea. I see. Li Zhongsheng was enlightened. Qin Feiyang looked at Daifuku and the others and said with a smile, sit down and drink tea. Why are you still standing? Could it be that I've comprehended the supreme profundity of the law of life and death, but our relationship has become distant? Daifuku and the others looked at each other and smiled before sitting around the table. To be honest, right now, Qin Feiyang's body truly had the majesty of a superior. If it were someone unfamiliar with him, they would not dare to sit on the same level as Qin Feiyang without his permission. Xiao Shui sat opposite Qin Feiyang and took out an interspatial ring from her bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the interspatial ring and placed it on the table without looking at it. Aren't you going to take a look? Xiao Shui was stunned. There's nothing to see. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. You trust me that much? Xiao Shui was surprised and asked, aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself? Don't doubt the people you use. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiao Shui could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This might be the charm of this person. As long as you trust him, you will trust him unconditionally. In this way, the trusted party will be touched and respect him more and more. Sister Shui, hurry up. Look at them. They can't wait any longer. Li Zhongsheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others as he grinned and said. Xiao Shui nodded and took out an account book from her interspatial ring. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I've recorded the numbers of the various laws here. Just read it. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Xiao Shui flipped open the account book and carefully looked at it for a while before she smiled and said, this time, we obtained a total of 326,600 laws of nature. What? Madman and the others were dumbfounded. 320,000. How could there be so many? This was completely beyond their expectations. Yes. There's a total of over 30,000 ultimate laws. The remaining 290,000 Dao miniatures are all ordinary laws. Xiao Shui said. Isn't this ratio a little too big? So, there are 290,000 ordinary nomological laws, and only 30,000 ultimate nomological law miniatures? Madman was stunned. That's normal. After all, regardless of whether it is the epitome of an ultimate law or the inheritance of an ultimate law, they are all rarer than ordinary laws. Moreover, those undead also need to cultivate. If they have enough ordinary law miniatures, they naturally wouldn't give us the strongest law miniatures. Xiao Shui smiled faintly. That's true. Madman nodded. Xiao Shui continued, as for the exact number of miniature versions of the various laws, there are over 4,000 miniature versions of the spacetime laws. There are over 5,000 miniature versions of the time laws. There are over 3,000 miniature versions of the life laws. There are also over 3,000 miniature versions of the nothingness laws. Qin Feiyang and the others drank tea as they silently listened to Xiao Shui's report. The excitement on their faces couldn't be concealed. In the past, in the Sky Cloud domain, even an ordinary law miniatures were regarded as a peerless treasure, a heaven-defying creation. But now, there were thousands of ultimate laws of nature in front of them, each of which was a miniature version of the ultimate laws. It was hard to imagine. How many supreme powerhouses could be created from these law miniatures in the end? Finally, there are over 5,000 miniature versions of the devouring law. Xiao Shui finally finished and looked at the next page of the account book. As for ordinary laws, don't recite the ordinary law miniatures. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. It wasn't hard to imagine that there would be at least tens of thousands of miniature versions of the ordinary laws. Azure Dragon pondered for a while and smiled. In this case, excluding the Primal Chaos Divine King and the others, we have helped over 90,000 people get rid of their undead bodies. En. Xiao Shui nodded. This was easy to calculate. Because when refining pills and transcending tribulations were added together, there would be 2 miniature versions of the strongest laws. If it was an ordinary miniature version of the laws, there would be 36,000 miniature versions of the strongest laws. Divided by 2, there would be over 18,000 people. 290,000 miniature versions of the ordinary laws. Divided by 4, there would be over 72,000 people. That would be a little more than 90,000 people. Just over 90,000 people allowed us to harvest so many miniature versions of the laws. If we continue to stay here, how many miniature versions of the laws can we harvest in the end? You have to know that there are countless undead in the Skybell Divine Treasure, Yun Xiang exclaimed. Although there are countless undead in the Skybell Divine Treasure, there are limited medicinal herbs and law miniatures. Even if we continue to stay here, we probably won't be able to harvest much. Xiao Shui shook her head. That's right. Although there are many miniature versions of the laws here, it's not to the point of being inexhaustible. Before the bell rang, according to my observation, the number of undead that came to find us was already greatly reduced. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's enough for you. You should be content. Azure Dragon looked at Yun Xiang and chuckled. Yun Xiang scratched his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, how do you plan to deal with these miniature versions of the laws? If you want them, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Frenzy looked down on him. Cough, cough. Yun Xiang had an awkward expression on his face after his little trick was exposed. You don't have to be polite. Everyone is on the same side. Pick as you wish. Daifuku, you too. And your brother, Xiao Fu, you should know what kind of miniature versions he needs. Pick them and bring them back for him. Qin Feiyang smiled. It didn't matter. Anyway, there were so many miniature versions. Can I really do that? Daifuku looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Of course. But you can't be greedy. It's only limited to you and Xiao Fu, and it's the power of laws that you have mastered. Qin Feiyang nodded. Daifuku looked excited as if he was dreaming. When he came back to his senses, he quickly got up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Qin. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. We have known each other for so long. Don't be so polite. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Then I'll start first. Li Feng was indeed not polite at all. He directly grabbed the interspatial ring and began to search. Yun Xiang didn't know what being polite was. Azure Dragon and Blood Ancestor were more reserved. Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and Old Poison also needed miniature versions of the laws. In the end, except for Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, everyone present had obtained the miniature versions of the laws they needed. In other words, now, whether it was Blood Ancestor or Li Zhongxing's group, they had all obtained miniature versions of the laws. And this time, Elder Qing didn't refuse. Anyway, there were so many. He didn't lack the miniature versions he needed. Yun Xiang looked at the miniature versions of the laws in his hand happily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Elder Qing. Elder Qing, senior brother, and the others, should we also bring back the miniature versions of the laws they need? This, Elder Qing looked at Qin Feiyang. As long as it's one of us, it's no problem. Qin Feiyang smiled. He suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. Before coming to the Chaos Royal City, they had also obtained dozens of miniature versions, but they were all frugal. They weren't as generous as they were now, taking as many as they wanted. Good. Let me think, what laws do they have? Yun Xiang grinned at Qin Feiyang. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he began to take out the miniature versions of the laws he needed one by one. In the end, he took a total of more than 100 miniature versions of the laws. Among them, there were more than 30 miniature versions of the strongest laws. If it was in the past, Qin Feiyang would definitely be reluctant to part with more than 100 miniature versions. But now, it was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and asked, "Since you don't need it, I'll keep it then?" Dafu hesitated for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "That, Brother Qin, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Daifuku. This, Daifuku stammered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly and said indifferently, "If you want it for the Feng people, you'd better not ask." No. Daifuku quickly waved his hand. At least he knew his own limits. Even if Qin Feiyang threw away these miniature versions of the laws, he wouldn't give them to the Feng people. Then who do you want it for? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Daifuku gritted his teeth and said, Her Royal Highness and His Royal Highness. Them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. You don't have to worry about this. Princess Fire Phoenix, I definitely won't forget her. If I dare to forget, the White-Eyed Wolf won't allow it. As for Pyrotechnic Glow, he is now the White-Eyed Wolf's brother-in-law. Naturally, I won't leave him out. Thank you. Daifuku smiled gratefully. It's okay. I'll ask the White-Eyed Wolf to give it to them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away the universe ring. Old Qin, this is a treasure. You have to protect it well. Madman reminded him. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, Indeed, I can't keep it with me. After that, he got up, entered the cultivation room, and put the universe ring into the iron box that used to store the 6-word divine art. This iron box could only be opened with his blood. Coupled with the protection of the castle, it was basically the safest place. Then, he returned to the hall with the 3 undead bottleneck-breaking pills. Li Feng glanced at the 3 undead spirit barrier-breaking pills and asked, Big Brother Qin, don't you think that the attitude of the 3 demon kings was a little abnormal? It is indeed a bit unusual. The blood ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, Sword of the Grim Reaper, contact the White-Eyed Wolf and ask if the 3 demon kings are up to something again. The White-Eyed Wolf and the others have already contacted me. I saw that you were in seclusion to comprehend the supreme meaning of the law of life and death, so I didn't tell you. The Sword of the Grim Reaper's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's body. What did he say? Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. The 3 demon kings contacted Long Chen's Sword of the Gods and asked them to wait at the exit and kill the White-Eyed Wolf, Tan Wu, and the others. They also told them to keep their bodies for you to see. In response, the White-Eyed Wolf also came up with a rotten idea to deal with the 3 demon kings. The Sword of the Grim Reaper explained in detail. They are really stubborn. After hearing this, the blood ancestor's eyes flashed with killing intent. There is no other way. It will be difficult to kill them. Unless the Divine King of Chaos doesn't intervene. However, we are about to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, and the Sky Cloud Realm may be invaded by the Divine Kingdom, so there is no need to be entangled with them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, they would have nothing to do with the 3 demon kings because they would never come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure again. After all, they had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, let alone the next time the Sky Bell Divine Treasure opened. At that time, they might not even be in the Sky Cloud Realm, or they might have already died in battle with the experts of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 38:38. The madman laughed cruelly. But the ingrate's rotten idea is not bad. Let's teach them a lesson before we leave and let them know that there is always someone better than them. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Shui and asked, all these years, has no one used a law inheritance to trade? No. Xiao Shui shook her head. It seems like the potential pill isn't that tempting to them. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. There is no need to doubt the temptation of the potential pill. Because there is no living being in this world that doesn't want to open the door to the potential pill. However, law inheritances are too rare, and no one is willing to use them to trade. As for having children, I think that apart from a few people, most people haven't thought about this point. After all, the environment of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is too harsh. Even if there is a potential pill, it will be difficult for the later generations to grow up. Xiao Shui said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded his head and smiled. Fortunately, I didn't have too much hope. Even if it was him, he would definitely not be willing to trade something like a law inheritance with others. Because in terms of value, the law inheritance actually surpassed the potential pill. Although the potential pill could stimulate one's potential, it couldn't directly allow one to comprehend the ultimate meaning. But the inheritance could. As long as one fused with the inheritance, they would be able to grasp the ultimate meaning. Therefore, the inheritance was more efficient. Of course. For living beings without an inheritance, opening the door to the potential pill was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Because under the same conditions, living beings who opened the door to the potential pill would be able to comprehend the meaning faster than other living beings. 4 living beings below the ruler realm, the speed of opening the door to the potential pill would be much faster than other living beings. In short, it depended on one's own thoughts and couldn't be forced. The next day, early morning, Qin Feiyang and the others left the ancient castle one after another. The 3 demon kings were still waiting outside. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the ancient castle rose from the ground, turning into a black light that entered between his eyebrows. To suddenly leave, I'm really a little reluctant. Frenzy sighed. Reluctant? Yun Xiang was speechless. There was really nothing that could make one reluctant to leave this damned place. Brother Feng, what makes you so reluctant? Is it a law miniature or a law inheritance? Li Feng snickered. Are you the only one who talks too much? Madman glared at him fiercely, then glanced at the 3 demon kings and bared his teeth. My 3 lords, you must be eager for us to get out of here as soon as possible, so that you won't feel uncomfortable when you see us. It's good that you know it in your heart. Why do you have to say it out loud and make everyone feel awkward? Devil King Black Flame said indifferently. Why are you embarrassed? It's the truth. But don't worry, we will definitely miss you. Madman chuckled. The corners of the 3 demon kings' mouths twitched. Who needs you to miss them? Scram as far as you can. It would be best if you could disappear from their memories. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. He took out 3 undead spirit breakthrough pills and handed them to the 3 of them. Looking at the 3 pills, the eyes of the 3 demon lords were filled with excitement. After more than 100 years, they had finally gotten what they wanted. All of a sudden, they were thankful to Tianzhong in their hearts. If Tianzhong had not asked these people to leave in advance, they would definitely have to wait for another 900 years. Although to them, one seclusion was more than 900 years, under such circumstances, could they calm down and go into seclusion? Definitely not. Therefore, they still had to suffer for another 900 years. Don't want it? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 of them came to their senses and quickly grabbed 1 undead spirit breakthrough pill each. They were afraid that someone would snatch it from them and immediately kept it. Aren't you going to verify it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. There is a blood oath. Do you dare to lie to us? The 3 of them did not think much of it. Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh. They were quite smart this time. Whoosh. Right then. Snow White Queen and the other 5 also flew out from the few halls in the city and landed on the city wall at lightning speed. Snow White Queen looked up at the land in front of her. Wan Feng Ridge was faintly visible. She then looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed, after this farewell, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. Take care. Thank you for your concern, senior. Seniors, take care of yourselves too. Perhaps in the future, the descendants of the Qin clan will come to the Tianzhong divine treasure again. At that time, I hope that seniors can take care of us. Qin Feiyang smiled. If there is really a descendant of the Qin clan, we will take good care of them. Snow White Queen smiled. After all, Qin Feiyang had helped them open the door of potential and also helped them get rid of their undead bodies. Such kindness, anyone with a little conscience would remember it in their heart. Thank you. And, if there is a chance, I will let the descendants of the Qin clan bring you the spirit vein and crystal vein, and let the Tianzhong divine treasure regain its former glory. Qin Feiyang said. Spirit vein, crystal vein. Snow White Queen and the others trembled and bowed together. Thank you, Brother Qin. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked up at the mountains and rivers in front of him. The Wan Feng mountain range was clearly in front of them. A mountain range formed by 10,000 giant peaks was extremely shocking. Looking at the Wan Feng mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the others also became nervous. Was the Sky Cloud realm still doing well? At the same time, bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang and the others looked at the Wan Feng mountain range with sneers in their eyes. Because the scene they were looking forward to was finally coming. At the same time, in the center of the mountain range, in front of the exit, the white-eyed wolf suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the mountain range. Princess Huafeng and the others also opened their eyes one after another. Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, and the fire Chelene had also arrived. What a strong aura. Long Chen's pupils shrank. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when he sensed the aura of the Chaos Royal City. There is the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others. It should be the Chaos Royal City. Tan Wu smiled. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, let's give the 3 demon kings a surprise. The white-eyed wolf had a smirk on his face. He and Princess Huafeng had also recovered their true appearances. Moreover, in addition to the Sea Lion Emperor and the others, the white-eyed wolf, Princess Huafeng, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, and the fire Chelin all hid their auras. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's appearance, the Sea Lion Emperor and the others couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy. Obviously, they sympathized with the 3 demon kings. I have already sensed the aura of the Sea Lion Emperor and the others. On the city wall, Madman secretly sent a message. Qin Feiyang had also sensed it. Looking up, he could vaguely see a group of people on the top of a giant peak in the center. It seems that you are looking forward to meeting your companions. The bloodthirsty demon king suddenly spoke. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you have to be mentally prepared, maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. The sneer on the bloodthirsty demon king's face was no longer concealed. Is that so? Could it be a surprise prepared for us by the 3 lords? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The bloodthirsty demon king smiled coldly and said indifferently, in short, you just have to wait and see. All right. Then we will wait and see. Let's see who will be the one giving the surprise. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Snow White Queen and the others looked at Qin Feiyang's group and Theta Wang's group with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Why did they feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange? More than 10 breaths later, the Chaos Royal City finally reached the center of the mountain range and stopped in front of the giant peak. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's group on the city wall or Long Chen's group standing on the mountain peak, they could clearly see each other. At this moment, on the ground in front of Long Chen's group, there were 5 blood-stained corpses lying on the ground. They were the white-eyed wolf, Princess Huafeng, Tan Wu, Hellhound, and Fire Chelin who were still alive and kicking. Their bodies were full of wounds and blood was flowing out. Their life fluctuations could not be sensed at all. They really look good. Looking at this scene, Madman could not help but secretly laugh. Blood Ancestor and the others were also speechless. In terms of acting, these guys were all movie stars. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3 demon kings. The 3 of them were indeed very happy. But at the same time, Snow White Queen and the others had a look of surprise. Weren't these people Qin Feiyang's companions? How could they die here? Because when they were in the main hall, Qin Feiyang had condensed the figures of White-Eyed Wolf and the others, so they had some impression of them. Suddenly, the 6 of them also noticed the abnormality of Theta Wang's group. Could it be that the 3 of them were behind this? Not good. This might anger Qin Feiyang and Madman. Sure enough, when they looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman, they found the 2 standing by the city wall, staring at the corpses of White-Eyed Wolf and the others. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. Both of their eyes were already red. Bastard, who did this? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Madman roared and rushed to the top of the mountain. Looking at this scene, the 3 demon kings suddenly became excited. Yes, this was it. They directly rushed out of the Chaos Royal City and were killed by the heavenly tribulation. They are all movie stars. The corner of Yun Xiang's mouth twitched. According to the script they had discussed in advance, he immediately went forward and grabbed the 2 of them, shouting, "Don't be impulsive, the exit of the Skybell Divine Treasure has not opened yet. If you leave the Chaos Royal City, you will be killed by the heavenly tribulation." This scene caused the 3 demon kings to frown. Originally, they were ready to enjoy the scene of Qin Feiyang and Madman being killed by the heavenly tribulation, but they did not expect this person to interfere. "I don't care." Madman roared as if he had lost his mind. "The dead can't be resurrected, you can't throw away your own life." Yun Xiang hugged the 2 of them tightly. Wasn't it just an act? Was there a need to use so much strength? He almost couldn't hold on. What a busybody. Looking at Yun Xiang, the 3 demon kings' eyes flashed with killing intent. "All of you, calm down. Seeing this, the blood ancestor went forward and slapped each of them. Qin Feiyang and Madman immediately stopped and looked at the blood ancestor with grievance. You really hit them? The blood ancestor ignored them. Wasn't this the script you wrote? Then, he turned to Long Chen and said in a low voice, Don't tell me you did it. Qin Feiyang and Madman immediately looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. It really was me. Long Chen nodded with a smile. Why? Qin Feiyang and Madman's expressions froze. Then, they roared in a low voice as bone-chilling killing intent appeared in their eyes. Long Chen sighed and said, Brother Qin, Brother Mo, you can't blame me for this. It's because you offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone we shouldn't have offended? The two of them frowned. That's right. Someone offered a very high price to take the lives of White-Eyed Wolf and the others. I'm just taking their money and helping them solve their problems. Long Chen smiled faintly. Who is it? Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Far away on the horizon but close in front of us. Long Chen smiled faintly. Far away on the horizon but close in front of us. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and suddenly turned to stare at the three demon kings. Why are you looking at us? The three demon kings raised their eyebrows, but their eyes were full of smiles. Now you know the consequences of offending us. Chapter 38-39. The only people who have enmity with us are the three of you. If it's not you, who else could it be? I didn't expect that the dignified three demon kings would actually use such despicable means. Qin Feiyang said angrily. It's really you guys. Snow White Theta Wang and the others looked at the three demon kings and frowned. It's really not us. The three demon kings waved their hands, looked at Snow White Queen and the others, and sighed. Although Qin Feiyang and Madman have been making things difficult for us all these years, as demon kings of the Skybell Divine Treasure, would we do such a despicable act? Snow White Queen and the others looked at the three demon kings with an expression that was hard to believe. We're really innocent. They must have some personal grudges. The three demon kings still had an aggrieved look. Because they knew that the divine king of primal chaos liked Qin Feiyang and the others very much. If they nodded their heads and admitted it, it might anger the divine king of primal chaos. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who is it? Madman looked at Long Chen and roared. Let me think about it first. Should I tell you? Long Chen chuckled and looked at the three demon kings with deep meaning. Long Chen, don't talk nonsense. You've already accepted our benefits. And you also promised us that you won't reveal that we instigated it. The three demon kings transmitted their voices. Yes. I did promise. However, I've changed my mind now. Long Chen secretly smiled. What do you mean? The three demon kings' eyes darkened. It's very simple. Give us 2 more inheritances of the ultimate profound meaning, and I'll promise to help you keep your mouth shut. Long Chen secretly said. What? The three of them were furious when they heard this. To actually extort them at this time. This was simply preposterous. At this time. The madman glared at Long Chen and roared, Long Chen, answer me. Long Chen glanced at the madman and transmitted his voice to the three demon kings, hurry up and decide. If you don't give me 2 more inheritances, I won't help you take the blame. Fine, we'll give it to you. The three of them were enraged. That's more like it. The dragons chuckled and sent his voice. Then now, you can pretend to be here to interrogate me and secretly deliver the epitome of laws to me, all right? The three of them secretly replied, gnashing their teeth. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do now. Who would have thought that Long Chen was such a greedy person? Even after obtaining the inheritance of an ultimate law, he was still not satisfied. Whoosh! Immediately, Demon King Black Flame took a step out of the Chaos Royal City and rushed towards Long Chen. He grabbed onto Long Chen's clothes and roared, Speak. Who is the one who ordered you to do this? What does this have to do with you? Long Chen frowned. If you don't say it, Qin Feiyang and the others will mistakenly think that we did it. Do you think it has anything to do with you? If you don't say it today, I'll kill you. Demon King Black Flame roared and quietly took out 2 inheritances and handed them to Long Chen. He transmitted his voice, remember what happened today, Don't let me meet you again in the future. His words were filled with killing intent. Don't worry, after today, we will never meet again. Long Chen kept the 2 inheritances and secretly smiled. Demon King Black Flame, what are you doing? You can't kill him. If you want to kill someone, it should be us. The madman shouted. Demon King Black Flame turned to look at the madman and frowned. I am helping you to interrogate the mastermind behind this. We don't need your help. We will interrogate them ourselves. The madman said in a deep voice. You really don't know what's good for you. Demon King Black Flame coldly snorted and let go of Long Chen. Then, he gave Long Chen a threatening look. The meaning was that since he had already given the inheritance to you, you better know what to say and what not to say. Then, he retreated to the top of the city wall. Qin Feiyang glanced at Demon King Black Flame and raised his head to look at Long Chen. He secretly smiled and asked, what kind of inheritances did he give you? I didn't take a closer look, but it seems to be 2 slaughter law inheritances. Long Chen transmitted his voice. Not bad. It seems that we are still lacking. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. I think so too. Now, even if we ask them for 5 inheritances, they will probably obediently give it to us. Long Chen secretly smiled. Obviously. This was the white-eyed wolf's rotten idea. Before leaving, he would ruthlessly extort the 3 demon kings once more. Myriad Poison's demon king raised his head to look at Long Chen, Sea Lion Emperor, and the others. His eyes were extremely cold as he said, Speak, who ordered you to do this? If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about leaving the Skybell divine treasure. Hearing this, Long Chen raised his head to look at the demon king. When he saw the cold eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. Although bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang's people hated Qin Feiyang and the others to the bone, the other 6 demon kings seemed to take care of Qin Feiyang and the others. This guy really had some tricks up his sleeve. Even the other 6 demon kings were supporting him. All right. I'll speak. Long Chen nodded and glanced at Theta Wang's people. He smiled. They are the ones who ordered me to do this. At the same time, Long Chen suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Theta Wang's people. The 3 were immediately dumbfounded. After receiving benefits from them, they actually betrayed them. It's really you guys. Snow White Queen and the others immediately looked at the 3. No, it's not like that. The 3 waved their hands and glared at Long Chen. They roared, What nonsense are you talking about? Long Chen was stunned. He looked at Sea Lion Emperor and the others and asked, Am I talking nonsense? No. They were the ones who ordered us to do this. The masked Azura shook his head. Bastard. The 3 demon kings were furious. They quickly looked at Snow White Queen and the others and explained, Don't listen to their nonsense. How could we do such a thing behind the Divine King's back? They wronged us. Why did the situation develop like this? It was clearly a plan to target Qin Feiyang and the others, but now they were in a difficult situation. Snow White Queen and the others frowned. They looked at Long Chen and asked, Do you have any evidence to prove it? This is the evidence. Long Chen took out the 2 inheritances that Black Flame Demon King had given him. It was indeed 2 inheritances of the Law of Slaughter. You, Black Flame Demon Theta Wang and the others saw this scene and were about to go crazy. Long Chen looked at Snow White Queen and the others and laughed. Black Flame Demon King came to interrogate me just now because he was looking for an opportunity to secretly give these 2 inheritances to me. He was afraid that I would betray them, so he wanted to use these 2 inheritances to shut my mouth. Hearing this, Bloodthirsty Demon King roared, Bastard, you were the one who secretly asked for it from us. Bloodthirsty Demon King, shut up. But before Bloodthirsty Demon King finished speaking, Feng Tian Demon King and Black Flame Demon King's expressions changed. They immediately looked at Bloodthirsty Demon King and shouted, You're crazy. You dare to say that you asked for it from them? Isn't this equivalent to confessing without being pressed? Bloodthirsty Demon King was stunned and immediately realized this point. He immediately looked at Snow White Queen and the others, ready to explain. You've already admitted it, what else is there to deny? Qin Feiyang sneered at Bloodthirsty Demon King. Bloodthirsty Demon King was extremely regretful. How could he be so careless? Enough. Suddenly, the voice of the Chaos Royal City sounded. The three demon kings immediately trembled and looked at the Chaos Royal City with fear on their faces. Did I not explain clearly to you, or are you so bold that you even dare to disobey my orders? As the voice of the Chaos Royal City fell, a monstrous divine aura appeared and instantly enveloped the three. Lord, please spare us. The three hurriedly knelt on the ground, their faces pale. But the Chaos Royal City did not show any mercy. The physical bodies of the three were instantly shattered and blood splattered across the sky. Even more than half of their souls were destroyed. The aura of death swept over. Spare us, Lord. The souls of the three screamed in fear. The three sovereign divine weapons of the Black Flame Demon Castle appeared, but they did not dare to plead for mercy for the three. So strong. On the mountain peak, the masked Shura and the others could not help but tremble at this scene. The three demon kings who had frightened countless souls in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were actually so weak in front of the Chaos Royal City. How terrifying was the strength of the Chaos Royal City. Even Long Chen and the Sky God sword hidden in Long Chen's body could not help but feel fear. It seemed like they had underestimated the strength of the Chaos Royal City. Are they going to kill them? Frenzy looked at this scene and muttered to himself. It was a little unexpected. Originally, he only wanted to extort the three demon kings and did not think of using this opportunity to kill them. But now, it seemed like the Chaos Royal City really wanted to kill them. Isn't it better to kill them? Qin Feiyang sneered. Lord, we really know our mistakes. We will definitely change in the future. Please give us another chance. The three demon kings had not consumed the undead barrier breaking pill and were still souls of the dead. At this moment, they were in extreme despair. The Chaos Royal City seemed to hesitate. The divine aura stopped killing the souls of the three and asked, Snow Queen, what do you think? The six of them looked at each other and replied respectfully, we don't dare to speak rashly about this matter. We have to ask the divine king to make a decision. Although the three demon kings were wrong again and again, they had followed the divine king for many years and had a certain level of friendship with them. Looking at Qin Feiyang's side, he had helped them get rid of their undead bodies and opened the door of potential for them. This was also a great favor. So, they were unable to express their opinions. They could only leave it to the divine king. Boom. It was also at this moment. The hall in the center of the city opened. A slender figure walked out step by step. It was the divine king of chaos who had been in seclusion for many years. Lord, please be magnanimous and give us another chance. The souls of the three demon kings immediately looked at the divine king of chaos and begged. The divine king of chaos did not say anything and stepped onto the city wall. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Senior. Snow Queen and the others, as well as Qin Feiyang and the others, all bowed and saluted. Chaos swept a glance at the group of people, then looked up at Long Chen and the others on the mountain peak. She is the ruler of this place, the divine king of chaos. Emperor Sea Lion and the others could not help but feel nervous. Although they had never seen her before, the name of the divine king of chaos had long been like thunder in their ears. She commanded the 10 demon kings and dominated the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Who could remain calm in the face of such a giant? Even Long Chen could not do it. Chapter 3840. The divine king of primal chaos looked at Long Chen and the others, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something and suspiciously opened the Eye of Life and Death. She looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others again. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. The Eye of Life and Death could see through everything. Although the white-eyed wolf and the others were acting very well and even their heartbeats had stopped, it was impossible to hide from the Eye of Life and Death. Because no matter how you pretend, the blood in your body and the aura sealed in your body will still flow. As expected, when the divine king of primal chaos closed the Eye of Life and Death, she turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said speechlessly, "What else do you want them to pretend?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others. He smiled bitterly and said, "Stop pretending. Don't be discovered." "We've been discovered." The white-eyed wolf opened his eyes and got up from the ground. How did they discover us? Princess Huafeng, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, and the fire Chelin also got up, their eyes full of suspicion. This, Snow White Queen and the others looked at this scene in astonishment. The souls of the bloodthirsty Demon King, Feng Tian Demon King, and the Black Flame Demon King were also in disbelief. Not dead. Are you angry? They schemed to harm us. In the end, not only did they not succeed, but they also lost 2 inheritances and almost lost their lives. Madman looked at the 3 Demon Kings mockingly. He no longer hoped to get rid of the 3 of them. If the White-Eyed Wolf and the others were really killed, it might be possible. But now that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had seen through them, whether it was the Divine King of Primal Chaos or the Primal Chaos Royal City, they would definitely show mercy. Look at the 3 Demon Kings. After scheming for so many years, they thought that they could make the other party pay the price, but in the end, they were the ones being played like clowns by the other party. How could they not be angry? The anger in their hearts had reached the point of attacking their hearts. If they hadn't lost their bodies, they would have spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Qin Feiyang, you guys sure have guts. You actually dared to trick me? It was the angry roar of the Primal Chaos Royal City. Senior, we're not messing with you. Although the White-Eyed Wolf and the others didn't die, the 3 Demon Kings were indeed scheming. However, they didn't know that all of this was within our expectations. In other words, if we hadn't anticipated it and taken precautions in advance, the White-Eyed Wolf and the others would have been killed. Qin Feiyang hurriedly explained. Then why didn't you say so before? The Primal Chaos Royal City roared. They tried to harm us time and time again. If it were Senior, would you be able to tolerate it? Thus, this junior does not deny that I indeed wish to use this opportunity to eliminate them. Qin Feiyang said. You're not hiding it at all. Primal Chaos Royal City snorted. There's nothing to hide. That's how it is. Even if Senior Divine King doesn't appear, I will tell everyone the truth after they are eliminated. In any case, against enemies, especially those 3 who are self-righteous and look for trouble, I will never be merciful. Qin Feiyang said. Everything has already been predicted by them. The 3 Demon Kings murmured. Could it be that from the beginning, they had already fallen into Qin Feiyang's trap? That's right. When I made the blood oath, the reason why I didn't mention the Sea Lion King and the others was to set a trap for you. Because I guessed that you might use this method to deal with us. Furthermore, I contacted Long Chen and asked him to cooperate with me. Long Chen didn't lie to you. I do have a deep grudge with him, but the way we get along is a little special. With Long Chen's help, it's naturally easier to lure you into the trap. You still don't know, but you've already met the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Fire Phoenix. The man and woman who negotiated with you on the mountain peak were the 2 of them. Unfortunately, even if they were standing in front of you, you didn't notice them. So, it's really not that we're smart, but that you're too stupid. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. Bastard, we'll fight it out with you. After listening to the whole process, the 3 Demon Kings were ashamed and angry, and madly pounced on Qin Feiyang. Don't you think you've lost enough face? The Divine King of Primal Chaos roared, and a terrifying aura emerged, directly blasting away the souls of the 3 Demon Kings. My lord, we've been following you for so many years. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we still worked hard. Could it be that we're inferior to a mere outsider? I'm not convinced. What right do you have to make us respect you with such an attitude? Even daring to say such words, the 3 Demon Kings were obviously blinded by anger and lost their minds. Sure enough. The Divine King of Primal Chaos was furious. He turned to look at the 3 Demon Kings, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You're not convinced? Are you crazy? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Lord Divine King, please give us a way out. Snow White Queen and the others looked at the 3 Demon Kings and shouted. Why? Just because they gave you the undead breakthrough pill, you're helping them like this? When did the dignity of the Divine King and you Demon Kings become so cheap? The 3 Demon Kings roared. You're still talking? The Myriad Poisons Demon King said angrily. I'm going to say it. Ever since they entered the primal chaos royal city, I've been enduring. I can't hold it in anymore, and I don't want to hold it in anymore. The undead breakthrough pill is indeed important to us, but all these years, we've allowed them to trade with the undead outside the primal chaos royal city, allowing them to obtain so many lore miniatures. It's time to repay them. Lord Divine King, you have to know that once they leave, they won't return. Many years later, they won't even remember you. As for us, no matter how the Skybell Divine Treasure changes, we'll always be your subordinates. It's also because we've been loyal to you that you have your current status, so you can't treat us like this. The three demon kings roared. Sure enough, these were words that they had been enduring for a long time. It's because you've worked so hard that I have my current status. The primal chaos divine king chuckled and shook his head. It seems that you only remember your own contributions. If it weren't for me, would you be able to obtain these sovereign weapons? If it weren't for me, would you be able to obtain the inheritance of the strongest laws and become so strong? If it weren't for me, would you be qualified to stand at the top of the Skybell Divine Treasure and look down on the billions of undead? Come, answer me now. Who is the one who made who? And who gave you all this? The primal chaos divine king stared at the three demon kings, his eyes emitting a dense killing intent. Hearing these words, the three demon kings lowered their heads and remained silent. Their previously muddled minds finally calmed down, and they couldn't help but tremble. Why did they run over to contradict the divine king in a moment of impulse? Was the divine king someone they could afford to offend? Others might not know of the divine king's methods, but as subordinates of the divine king for many years, how could they not know? Daring to offend the divine king, that was a path to death. I told you to answer me. Didn't you hear me? The primal chaos divine king roared. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just now, we were impulsive and said something we shouldn't have. We beg Your Excellency to be magnanimous. We won't dare to do it again. Please, on account of our many years of service to you, give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. The three trembled and immediately knelt on the ground and begged. They had dominated the Skybell Divine Treasure for many years, but they had never felt such fear and despair. You can't blame anyone else for courting death. Seeing this scene, Madman laughed with Schadenfreude. Qin Fei Yang, the blood ancestor, and the others also had mocking looks on their faces. The primal chaos divine king didn't care about his face. And he actually dared to provoke him in public. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? The 6 demon kings didn't say anything. If the 3 demon kings could calm down a little and not challenge the divine king like this, they might have pleaded for mercy for the 3 of them. But now, the primal chaos divine king was clearly angry. If they still pleaded for mercy for the 3 of them at this time, they would probably be implicated as well. So now, whether the 3 of them could survive or not depended on the mood of the primal chaos divine king. Sorry. Although the 3 of them were in the form of divine souls, they had all transformed into human form and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. After a long time, the primal chaos divine king finally reacted. He looked up at the myriad poisons demon king and said indifferently, "Send them to the netherworld." What? He's not killing them? Qin Fei Yang and the others were stunned. But when they noticed the reactions of Snow Queen and the others, they couldn't help but feel strange. Because the faces of Snow Queen and the others were filled with fear and reverence. What kind of place was the netherworld that it made the 6 demon kings so afraid? Looking at the bloodthirsty demon king and the other 2, their faces were also filled with fear as they roared, "Lord God King, we won't go to the netherworld. Please spare us, we won't dare to do it again." Didn't you hear? The primal chaos divine king turned a deaf ear and looked at the myriad poisons demon king. The myriad poisons demon king quivered and hurriedly rushed in front of the 3 demon kings. He sighed and said, "Don't blame me, because you asked for it." After saying that, the myriad poisons demon king waved his hand and swept up the 3 demon kings. He turned around and rushed out of the primal chaos imperial city, disappearing without looking back. Senior divine king, what kind of place is the netherworld? Qin Fei Yang looked at the primal chaos divine king and asked curiously. The primal chaos divine king looked at Qin Fei Yang and joked, A place that can make you wish you were dead. Do you want to try it? Ah. Qin Feiyang was startled. He hurriedly waved his hand and laughed dryly. Then forget it. If even these demon kings were so afraid, how could it be a good place? Humph. The primal chaos divine king snorted and said, even though they started it first, you can't play with us like this. Senior, I'm really innocent. The only people this junior wants to toy with are the three of them. Qin Feiyang felt wronged. The primal chaos divine king said with a cold face, but you wanted to use us to help you get rid of them. Isn't that offending us? Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. The mad scientist, the blood ancestor and the white-eyed wolf on the mountain peak couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Even though they hadn't seen the primal chaos divine king's methods, they had witnessed the strength of the primal chaos imperial city with their own eyes. If the primal chaos divine king really wanted to turn hostile, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be wiped out. Chapter 38-41. Seeing this scene, Snow White Queen and the others gradually felt their hearts sink. If the divine king of primal chaos really wanted to attack Qin Feiyang and the others, what should they do? They all had a good impression of Qin Feiyang, and were also grateful to him. But who would dare to disobey the orders of the divine king of primal chaos? The end of the bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang and the others was a bloody lesson. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know about the netherworld, but they knew too well that it was a place that would make anyone despair. The divine king of primal chaos kept looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang felt his scalp tingle. But suddenly, the divine king of primal chaos shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Look at how nervous you are. Did I say anything to you? Phew. It wasn't just Qin Feiyang. Everyone present couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They were really scared out of their wits. The divine king of primal chaos continued, but you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Huh? Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king of primal chaos. Why was there a but? The divine king of primal chaos said, give me the pill formula for the undead bottleneck breaking pill. Pill formula? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you want to help the undead in the Skybell divine treasure? Without the pill formula, how can I help you? Don't tell me you're just saying it. The divine king of primal chaos rolled his eyes. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. If the undead see you like this, how disappointed would they be? Because they sincerely treat you as a good person and are grateful to you and respect you. The divine king of primal chaos looked down on him. No, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the divine king of chaos and said, I can give you the recipe, but you have to promise me that you won't give it to anyone else. The divine king of chaos was slightly taken aback. He was speechless. Then you should just hand it over to the nine-tailed queen. She's an alchemist. Are you an alchemist? Qin Feiyang looked at the nine-tailed queen in surprise. Is it strange that I'm an alchemist? The nine-tailed queen stared at Qin Feiyang with her bewitching eyes. Not at all, not at all. Qin Feiyang hurriedly avoided the nine-tailed queen's eyes. She was simply a demoness, her charm was everywhere. However, from this point, it could be seen that the chaotic divine king did not have any selfish motives when he asked for the pill formula of the undead bottleneck breaking pill. Otherwise, he would not have asked him to give it to the nine-tailed queen. Then again, an existence like the divine king of chaos could get anything he wanted, so why would he covet a mere pill formula? It seemed like he really had to change his paranoia. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king of chaos and smiled. He then took out a piece of paper and ink from his universe ring, turned around and laid it on the ground, recording the pill formula in detail. Subsequently, he took the pill formula and walked to the nine-tailed queen. The nine-tailed queen took the pill formula and looked at it. Her bright eyes suddenly had a trace of playfulness. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, didn't you announce to the public that the undead bottleneck breaking pill needs hundreds of medicinal herbs? Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. What a little liar, but I like it. The nine-tailed queen pouted coquettishly. Her charming eyes were like silk and her words were full of temptation. Qin Feiyang broke out in cold sweat. He really did not dare to stay with this woman. He hurriedly turned around and ran to the divine king of chaos. Look at you, as if I will eat you. The nine-tailed queen was dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. He was really depressed. Was this woman a human or a demon? Why did she have such a great charm? He was quite confident in his own ability. But in front of this woman, he could not help but feel restless. If they were alone together, something would definitely happen. Therefore, it was better to stay away from this woman. Damn it. Little Qin Zi, this guy, actually has good luck with women again. The white-eyed wolf muttered. Are you jealous? Princess Huafeng asked. I am. The white-eyed wolf nodded instinctively. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. As expected. A hand reached over and pulled his ear hard. My wife, please spare my life. Little Qin Zi, come and help me. The tigress is angry again. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly called for help. Tigress. Princess Huafeng's face darkened. She tightened her grip and said angrily, say it again for me. I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't do it again. My wife, please let go. So many people are watching. Save me some face. The white-eyed wolf said with a fawning look. The divine king of chaos and the 5 demon kings could not help but look at this scene in astonishment. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at the divine king of chaos and said, they are like this. You'll get used to it. The divine king of chaos shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, he raised his arm and poked Qin Feiyang's forehead with his fingertip. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The white-eyed wolf and the others were also shocked. They thought that the divine king of chaos was going to do something to Qin Feiyang. But in the end, when the divine king of chaos's fingertip fell between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows, a divine light poured into Qin Feiyang's mind and formed a mark, which was branded in the depths of Qin Feiyang's divine soul. Qin Feiyang was surprised and carefully felt it. This was because he could sense a huge amount of information from this mark. Soon, he showed an excited look on his face. This mark was actually all the insights of the divine king of chaos on the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. This was definitely a great opportunity for Qin Feiyang. Because of these insights, he would be able to take fewer detours in the future. In short, the primal chaos deity king had given him all of his insights without reservation. Of course, this kind of gift would not make the divine king of chaos lose his insights into the ultimate meaning. It was just that time was too tight and he could not explain it to Qin Feiyang personally. Therefore, he used this method to brand his insights into the ultimate meaning deep in Qin Feiyang's divine soul. After Qin Feiyang went out, he could slowly comprehend it on his own. Thank you, Senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. How could he repay this kindness in the future? The divine king of chaos waved his hand and said, don't worry about it. Just take it as an exchange for your pill formula. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Perhaps in the eyes of the undead, the pill formula of the undead barrier-breaking pill was better than everything, but in his eyes, the pill formula was not as valuable as this insight. What's going on? You gave me a fright. The white-eyed wolf whispered. He thought the divine king of chaos was going to turn hostile. In the end, little Qin Zi seemed to have gained something. But what was it? What made little Qin Zi so excited? Okay. The divine king of chaos smiled faintly and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. I won't see you off personally. Take care. After saying that, he took the sovereign divine weapon of bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang and entered the hall without looking back. With a rumble, the door slowly closed. Old Qin, what happened just now? The madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked at the hall with gratitude in his eyes. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the madman. He shook his head and said, nothing. Still keeping us in suspense. The madman's face darkened. Keeping us in suspense and pretending to be mysterious. Isn't that what you and the white-eyed wolf are good at? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. The madman was speechless. Wait. Suddenly, the blood ancestor frowned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the madman hurriedly looked at the blood ancestor. The interspatial rings of bloodthirsty Demon King and the other two seemed to have been shattered along with their bodies. Then, wouldn't the undead bottleneck-breaking elixir we gave them have also been shattered? The blood ancestor frowned. Yes. The madman nodded and asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" The blood ancestor asked, "Without the undead barrier-breaking pill, will we be killed by the blood oath?" "So that's what you're worried about?" "No, the blood oath we made was to give them the undead barrier-breaking pill. We didn't say that we would help them get rid of their undead bodies. And now, I've indeed given them the undead barrier-breaking pill, so I've fulfilled my promise. It's their own fault for not protecting them. What does that have to do with us?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The blood ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want any accidents to happen at the last minute. But then again, the three demon kings were really pitiful. Not only did they fail to get rid of their undead bodies, but they were also sent to the Netherland and even lost their sovereign divine weapons. It could be said that they suffered a double loss. Yun Xiang looked at the stone door behind the white-eyed wolf and the others and asked suspiciously, "Why hasn't the exit opened yet?" "I don't know. It's always been like this." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The blood ancestor said, "It will only open when everyone is here. It will only open when everyone is here." Everyone was slightly taken aback and quickly scanned the people around them. Apart from those who are already dead, it seems that only Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man haven't arrived yet. What are they doing? The madman frowned and looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. Weren't they already heading for the exit? Looks like they're further away from the exit than we are. Li Feng shook his head. That can't be right. I even specifically asked for their location back then. They're closer than we are. The white-eyed wolf raised his brow. Closer than we are? Li Feng was stunned. Since they were closer than they were, why weren't they here yet? Strange. The white-eyed wolf muttered and urged, "Hurry up and contact them. Ask them how long it will take them." But right at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air, a sovereign divine weapon carried two people into the mountain range at lightning speed. The sovereign divine weapon was the Qilin sword. The two people were Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man. But at this moment, both of them had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. The Qilin sword was also somewhat damaged. "What's wrong with you two?" Everyone looked at the two suspiciously. "Sorry, something happened along the way," said Qi Shaoyun with an apologetic smile. Qi Shaoyun smiled apologetically. When he saw the primal chaos royal city and the 5 devil kings, his pupils shrunk. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the others standing on the city walls, it was obvious who they were. They were actually personally escorting them. They were truly giving them face. Everyone looked at the two suspiciously. What kind of accident could cause them to be so heavily injured? But everyone here was tactful. Since Qi Shaoyun did not want to talk about it, they naturally did not press him. Subsequently, everyone's gaze landed on the stone gate at the peak of the mountain. Since everyone was here, it was time to open it. End of this chapter. Chapter 3842. Boom. Sure enough. As soon as Yun Xiang and Snow White arrived, the stone door slowly opened with a loud sound, revealing a dark passage. The stone door is open, the blood oath is gone. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a group of people flew out of the Chaos Royal City and landed in front of White-Eyed Wolf and the others. Li Zhongxing and the other two looked at the Sky Bell Divine Treasure with a trace of nostalgia in their eyes. After all, they were born here, and they were going to leave now, so they must be sad and reluctant. Qin Feiyang looked at Hun Dun and the 5 demon kings, cupped his hands, and said, "Thank you seniors for your care during this period of time. Take care." "Take care." Snow White Queen and the others smiled. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the passage inside the stone door. He waved his hand and said, "From now on, be prepared to fight at any time, let's go." As his voice fell, the group stepped into the stone door one after another and disappeared into the passage. Boom. As the last person entered the passage, the stone door quickly closed. When Li Zhongxing and the other two entered the stone door did not reject them. Obviously, They could leave the Skybell divine treasure. After this farewell, I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again. Dark Queen sighed. I'm afraid we will never have this chance again. However, the undead of the Skybell divine treasure will never forget them, and their deeds will be passed down here. Snow White Queen smiled faintly. The other demon kings also nodded. Sky Cloud Island. After more than 100 years, there was almost no change here. The vast sea, the clear blue sky, and the Skybell hovering above Sky Cloud Island. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that the sea was quieter than before. Clang! Suddenly, the Skybell buzzed, and a spacetime crack appeared. Whoosh! The moment the spacetime crack appeared, a group of people rushed out. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Returning to Sky Cloud Island again, looking at the familiar scene in front of them, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. But soon, they calmed down and immediately looked at Sky Cloud Island. Nothing changed. Sky Cloud Island was still the same Sky Cloud Island as before, but the little rabbit was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Madman frowned. If the Divine Kingdom had really descended, it wouldn't have been so peaceful. Big brother! Qin Feiyang shouted while looking at Sky Cloud Island. However, after half a year, there was still no movement. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, and an uneasy premonition arose in their hearts. At this moment, the heaven bell behind him buzzed and gradually disappeared. Qin Feiyang and company turned to look at the Skybell. Even though it had only been over 100 years, they had left behind too many memories in the Skybell divine trove. If he had the chance, he would definitely go there again. He then looked at Li Zhongxing and the other two. His eyes were filled with amazement as he scanned the world that was full of vitality and vitality. This was a completely different world from the Heavenly Bell divine treasure. Now that he looked at it this way, the Heavenly Bell divine treasure was more like a backward civilization. Wang. Suddenly, a strand of divine sense emerged and rushed towards Sky Cloud Island. The owner of this divine sense was Long Chen. On Sky Cloud Island, there was no trace of the little rabbit. This little rabbit rarely leaves Sky Cloud Island. Why is there no trace of it now? The white-eyed wolf muttered. Long Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the Yin Demon Land. He frowned slightly and retracted his divine sense. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, I'll return to the dragon nest first." The white-eyed wolf hurriedly said, "Don't go yet, give us the inheritance of the law of slaughter." Long Chen was slightly taken aback. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, he smiled and said, "I thought you guys had already forgotten and were preparing to take it all for yourself." Forgotten? Not bad, young man, you're naive enough. The white-eyed wolf sneered. What a joke. This was an inheritance, who could forget it? Long Chen shook his head and smiled. He took out an inheritance and handed it to the white-eyed wolf. This was what they had agreed on beforehand. If they could really extort 2 more inheritances from the hands of the 3 demon kings, then both sides would have one each. Qi Shaoyun looked at the inheritance in the white-eyed wolf's hands with a trace of envy in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then let's return to the Qilin sacred land first." The Azure Dragon also looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We'll also return to the Burial Godland first. I'll also return to the Phoenix Nest first." Princess Huafeng also looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Inform us immediately if anything happens." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf nodded and instructed. This was too strange. Sky Cloud Island was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Then, everyone opened the space-time teleportation channel and quickly left. Soon, only Qin Feiyang, Madman, the white-eyed wolf, the blood ancestor, Li Feng, Li Zhongxing, and the Sea Lion Emperor were left. Let's go back and take a look. The Sea Lion Emperor glanced at the Sky Cloud Island and said to Qin Feiyang and the other two. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. As the Sea Lion Emperor and the others left, Qin Feiyang brought the blood ancestor and the others into the Black Tortoise realm. 100 years had passed in the outside world, but almost 200 million years had passed in the Black Tortoise realm. Although the current Black Tortoise realm hadn't changed much, it was much larger than before. Qin Feiyang stood in the sky above the Devil's Land and released his perception. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the current Black Tortoise realm had surpassed the ancient realm. In other words, it was bigger than the ancient realm. This is. Li Zhongxing and the other two were surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This is the world I own, the Black Tortoise realm. There really is an independent world." As soon as he said this, not only Li Zhongxing and the other two, but the Silver Moon Divine Sword, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Cauldron of All Creation, Void Mirror, Green Cauldron, Golden Bell, and Ancient Pagoda all flew out of Qin Feiyang's body. Strands of divine sense spread out in all directions as they stared at this miraculous land in amazement. Clang! The ancient castle also appeared and landed in its original position. Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to them. With a wave of his hand, Pei Hongyu and Pei Dason appeared in front of him. "Young master." The siblings were stunned at first, then they were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have there been any changes in the Black Tortoise realm over the years?" "Everything is as usual, nothing has changed." The siblings shook their heads. "What about the central continent?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The central continent is fine. Although many juniors have been born in the Yun family over the years, some of them are unruly and would occasionally cause trouble, but they were all stopped by Yun Guanghui." Pei Dason said. "Juniors?" Madman was stunned. After all, almost 200 million years have passed in the Black Tortoise realm. Not to mention the Yun family with a large population, even our Pei family has already produced dozens of generations. Pei Dason smiled. "Dozens of generations? In that case, you and your sister are already at the level of ancestors." Madman was stunned. "You can say that." The siblings nodded. Yes, what do you mean by that?" "Then, in the past dozens of generations of your Pei family, have any monsters been born?" Madman was curious. "This, in front of others, I can brag about it, but in front of you guys, it's better not to mention it. After all, no matter how monstrous a person is, they can't be compared to you guys." Pei Dason smiled. "That's true," Lin Feng said. Madman laughed. "You guys are finally back." At this time, Little Wimp descended from the sky. "What? Don't say that you missed us." The white-eyed wolf looked at Little Wimp. "Missed you guys? Don't flatter yourself." Little Wimp rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The God-slaying tablet has already awakened, waiting for you guys to come back and take it out to pass the tribulation." "What? It has already successfully evolved?" The white-eyed wolf was pleasantly surprised. "En." Little Wimp nodded and explained, "In fact, it has already successfully evolved long ago, but in the Skybell Divine Treasure, it can't go out to pass the tribulation, so it has been delayed until now." "What about the Sunset Bow and the rest?" Qin Feiyang asked. "They are still a little lacking. In short, make the arrangements and help it pass the tribulation." Little Wimp said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't expect to receive such good news as soon as he returned. However, the next problem was, how should he keep the God-slaying tablet? If the God-slaying tablet successfully passed the tribulation and ran back to Princess Huafeng, then wouldn't they have wasted so much time and origin energy? No need to think so much. With my current relationship with Sister Feng, what's hers is also mine. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other speechlessly. "Right. Where is the law of light inheritance that I asked you to leave for me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked. "It's here." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and a sealed iron box appeared. When the seal was unlocked and the iron box was opened, the law of light inheritance immediately appeared. The madman rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Old Qin, since you have obtained the law of light inheritance, then shouldn't the law of slaughter inheritance belong to me?" "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The madman raised his eyebrows slightly and said angrily, "Didn't you already obtain the law of lightning inheritance? Also, where is the surprise you said you would give me?" Qin Feiyang and the madman smiled at each other and took out the law of time inheritance that the blood ancestor gave to the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "This is a gift from the ancestor. You have to thank him properly." The white-eyed wolf immediately looked at the blood ancestor and squeezed out a few tears. He hugged the blood ancestor and cried, "Thank you, ancestor. I knew you were a good person." The blood ancestor's mouth twitched. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill me before?" The white-eyed wolf's expression froze and he laughed dryly. "Back in the ancient world and the Nether King's hell, it was because I didn't know your identity." The blood ancestor shook his head and laughed. He looked at the law of time inheritance and sighed, "I didn't just give you an inheritance, but also a responsibility. Don't let me down." "Don't worry, I won't." The ingrate patted his chest and vowed solemnly. Then, he grabbed the inheritance of the law of space and time and left behind the inheritance of the law of slaughter. Without turning his head, he said, "Before I integrate the inheritance, no one is to disturb me." Then he went into the castle and began to fuse with the inheritance in seclusion. The madman stared at the inheritance of the law of slaughter, his eyes glowing with a green light. "Take it." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "What?" The madman looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Why was he so generous? Chapter 38-43. When have I ever been stingy? Qin Feiyang glared at the madman with dissatisfaction and snorted. "Didn't I give you the law of thunder inheritance back then?" "Hee hee." The madman grinned and grabbed the law of slaughter inheritance. Without looking back, he ran into the castle and went into seclusion. Li Feng glanced at the ancient castle and said with a frown, "Big brother Qin, your generosity is a little too much." Compared to the madman, he was naturally more inclined to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang put away the law of light inheritance and smiled. "We're all brothers. There's no need to fight over it. Besides, I've already comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death." The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death was enough to compete with the ultimate meaning of the strongest law. As for the ultimate meaning of ordinary laws like the law of slaughter, it would definitely crush them like crushing dry weeds. However, it wasn't because he looked down on the ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter. After all, even if it wasn't as good as the law of life and death, it was still a powerful method. The reason why he gave it to the madman was because he was considering the future battle with the divine kingdom. The madman had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder and the law of space and time. Coupled with the ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter, the madman would naturally have more power to protect himself when facing the experts of the divine kingdom. Li Feng said, "In any case, people like you who always think of their friends are almost extinct in this world." The blood ancestor smiled. "Isn't that why you worship him so much?" Hearing this, Li Feng scratched his head and smiled. "You don't need to worship me. You can do it too. Because I always believe that only if you give your heart first, others will use their heart to repay you. And you're not weak now. The law of space and time and the law of slaughter have both reached the ultimate meaning. In the future, do more for the human race. Just treat it as helping me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I will." Li Feng nodded. Looking at Li Feng's attitude, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a sincere smile. No matter what Li Feng did in the past, as long as he vowed to protect the human race in the future, he could ignore it. Wang. Suddenly, the image crystal began to ring. "That's a voice I haven't heard in a long time." Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone and shook his head as he looked at the blood ancestor and Li Feng. In the Sky Bell divine treasure, the divine sound transmission stone's voice could never be heard. However, when he checked, he frowned slightly. "What is it?" The blood ancestor was suspicious. "It's Princess Huafeng," Qin Feiyang said. The blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. "Didn't she just return to the phoenix nest? Why did you send us a message?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and activated the divine sound transmission stone. Princess Huafeng's figure immediately appeared, and she seemed to be very anxious. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Princess Huafeng said in a panic, "My phoenix nest doesn't even have a single clansman." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were bewildered. How was this possible? Princess Huafeng said in a deep voice, "Not only clansmen, but even a spirit vein and spirit vein are not seen." How could this be? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. There was not a single person from the Feng people. This was too strange. It was impossible for them to disappear from the world. He asked, "Are there any traces of battle?" "No." Princess Huafeng shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry. If there are no traces of battle, then there should be no danger. Go to the other forbidden areas immediately and inform Long Chen and the others. I will also go to the 4 continents to take a look." "Okay." Princess Huafeng nodded and immediately disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone and looked at the blood ancestor and Li Feng. It seems that something really happened in the sky cloud realm. Then let's split up. Li Feng, you go to the northern continent. Feiyang, you go to the eastern continent. This ancestor will personally go to the western continent. Then we will meet in the southern continent. The blood ancestor said. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng nodded. "Young master, do you need our help?" Pei Dason and his sister hurriedly asked. They were in the Black Tortoise realm, so they naturally followed Qin Feiyang to the Skybell Divine Treasure, so they knew nothing about the current situation in the Sky Cloud realm. Moreover, the people of the Phoenix Nest had all disappeared. There was no need to think about it. Something big must have happened. No need, just help me manage the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to leave with the blood ancestor and Li Feng, but suddenly patted his head and said, "Flame magic sword, come out." The fragment of the flame magic sword appeared. After all these years, although there was no source land, the body had been repaired a little. "Brat, come out for a moment." Qin Feiyang looked at the sky again. Swish. Brat descended from the sky. It's an intermediate dominator divine weapon. Take it to the source land and repair its body. Qin Feiyang pointed at the fragment of the flame magic sword and said. The flame magic sword would definitely be of great use in the future. Not to mention the mysterious divine kingdom, just in Long Chen, probably only the flame magic sword could compete with the heavenly god sword. And us. The golden sun divine sword roared excitedly. Brat looked at the flame magic sword, then looked at the golden sun divine sword and the other dominator divine weapons. He actually obtained so many dominator divine weapons. It seemed that this kid had earned a lot from this trip to the Skybell Divine Treasure, but soon after. Little Wimp frowned. If so many Dominator Divine weapons went to the Source Land to cultivate, how would the Black Tortoise realm grow in the future? The growth of the Black Tortoise realm also required a large amount of source energy. Moreover, there were already many heaven-defying divine weapons in the Source Land that were transforming. Take care of the flame magic sword first. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Golden Sun Divine Sword and the other Dominator Divine weapons, then looked at Brat and said, "Why? We followed you through life and death in the Skybell Divine Treasure, and what did it do for you?" The Golden Sun Divine Sword was dissatisfied. "Why? Of course it's because this sovereign is stronger than you." The Flame Magic Sword smiled proudly. At the same time, it was extremely shocked. This kid actually had an independent world. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and comforted, "Don't be anxious. When it's time for all of you to enter the land of origin, this little brat will let all of you in. Also, all of you have to have a proper attitude because entering the land of origin isn't up to me, it's up to this little brat." Brat. The Golden Sun Divine Sword and the other Dominator Divine weapons looked at Brat who was standing in the sky. "I'll leave it to you." Qin Feiyang directly threw this mess aside and said to Brat. Then, he brought the Blood Ancestor and Li Feng and descended on the sky above Sky Cloud Island. Because if they were to tangle with these Dominator Divine weapons, there would definitely be no end to it. The Blood Ancestor glanced around and looked at a certain place in the mountains of Sky Cloud Island and said, "You guys wait here, this ancestor will go to the Little Rabbit's cave to take a look." Qin Feiyang and Li Feng nodded. The Blood Ancestor immediately streaked across the sky and disappeared into Sky Cloud Island below. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding sea area and vaguely felt that something was wrong. "What are you looking at?" Li Feng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang was silent. But suddenly, his eyes trembled. Yes, it was too quiet. Except for the sound of the waves and the wind, there was no other sound. Wasn't this strange? One had to know that this was the Sky Cloud Sea and there were countless sea beasts. Usually, the roar of sea beasts could be heard at any time in this area, but now there was no movement at all. At this moment, he released his divine sense and flooded the surrounding sea area. Soon, his eyes sank slightly. What's wrong? Li Feng was surprised. How could this be? Not even a single sea beast. Qin Feiyang murmured, his face was full of disbelief. What? Hearing this, Li Feng immediately released his divine sense to search the surrounding sea beasts. Within the range of his divine sense, he really didn't find a single sea beast. The phoenix nest was empty. The sea beasts of the Sky Cloud Sea were also gone. Why was this? Where did they all go? Whoosh. At this time, the blood ancestor flew up with a gloomy face. Is there any? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Because the mermaid princess and the others were now in the little rabbit's cave residence. No. Even the cave residence is gone, leaving only an empty cave. The blood ancestor said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's face changed. Li Feng said, we also found a problem. The sea beasts of the Sky Cloud Sea are also gone. No way. The blood ancestor was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. When he saw the empty sea area with his own eyes, his expression became dull on the spot. Whoosh. At this time, several figures landed in the void in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over. It turned out to be the Sea Lion Emperor and a group of Beast Emperors. At this moment, the Beast Emperors' faces were full of anxiety. The blood ancestor frowned and said, you didn't find any sea beasts. You also found it. The Sea Lion Emperor said. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. One of the Beast Emperors said in a deep voice, we have searched the entire Sky Cloud Sea, not to mention sea beasts, not even a shadow, not even a spirit vein and crystal vein. It's not just the Sky Cloud Sea, the phoenix nest that Princess Huafeng gave us just now is also empty. The blood ancestor said. The phoenix nest is also empty. The Sea Lion Emperor and the others looked at each other with a face full of surprise. What the hell is going on? Don't panic, let's go to the few continents first. After Qin Feiyang said, he asked Li Feng to open a few spacetime passages. We will go too. The Sea Lion Emperor said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped into the spacetime passage to the eastern continent. The Sea Lion Emperor and another Beast Emperor followed Qin Feiyang. A majestic mountain was located somewhere in the eastern continent. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and majestic halls could be seen everywhere on the peaks. This was the eastern continent's sacred ground, the Demonic Palace. The Demonic Palace, which originally had countless disciples and was bustling with noise, was dead silent at this moment. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived above the Demonic Palace, their hearts sank when they saw this scene. Because they couldn't sense a single person's aura in the Demonic Palace. Another Beast Emperor released his divine sense and covered the entire Demonic Palace. He said in a deep voice, it's the same as our situation. Not only are there no people, but even the spirit vein, crystal vein, and medicinal herbs are gone. This Beast Emperor was a muscular man. He was 8 feet tall and looked quite fierce. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hostility. Old bull, don't worry. At least for now, we haven't seen any traces of battle. The Sea Lion Emperor comforted. Qin Feiyang looked at the two before lowering his head to look at the Demonic Palace. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking in his heart.